you guys left off, you were heading to bed in the Blue Water Inn after venturing to the Vallaki Manor, the Burgomaster's Manor of Vallaki, and working your way through the detritus that had littered the grounds of the property since its ransacking by the townspeople and the murder of its inhabitants. And found some very interesting information and supplies left over by their son Victor, concluding that he was doing strange magical experiments of ill repute up in the attic, with varying degrees of impact across both his household and the town at large. Now then after that, you headed to the house that you saw Vasily enter, ransacked it to find essentially that it was an abandoned house with almost nothing in it, and no apparent means for Vasily to escape or travel out of. And he just seemed to vanish along the floors of the grounds. And finally headed back to the Blue Water Inn to settle down for the night. Andar and Sten headed back early and spoke with the Wachter brothers in a very drunken state, who informed them that Lady Wachter was aware that her book was missing and holds you all responsible.
Holds us responsible?
And today, you guys are going to be picking up your ordered clothes and heading to either Wachter House or Castle Ravenloft, or both, depending on your actions. We discussed that we'll fast forward a little bit. So is there anything other than getting up, getting around, actually going and picking up all of your orders that you guys want to do before you guys...
Andar's little bunny?
Correct.
Little bunny boo?
So besides picking up all of that, is there anything that you guys want to do or establish or anything before we start deciding the next course of action?
I have a... Go ahead.
I read the book in the morning before we left.
Okay.
I just want to stay.
What book?
The one that we all talked about at the end of the last session.
The journal.
Oh, the
journal.
journal. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So Mim's going to wake up, pop into the men's room while everyone's waking up, and read through Victor's journal.
So you probably see me. That could be the same time of doing the little scry thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you might also see who's his face?
Rahadin
on the mountain pass.
Sit.
Question for a DM ruling.
Mm-hmm.
How, so essentially taking off leather armor for this dinner, can I then put that in my bag, or should I find a place to store that in world?
I would say that you have the capability of carrying that in your bag.
Okay.
Yeah, doff that armor.
So, yeah, that's actually a good point to mention too, that Sten in the morning used his scry orb and saw Rahadin on the black carriage heading not to Vallaki, and actually not seemingly to Castle Ravenloft, but in a snowy mountainous region, down a winding mountain trail, as snow kind of fell around him, and it appeared to be in the morning sun. So time seemed to be appropriate.
Appropriate.
But otherwise, one last chance. Anyone want to do anything this morning before we just pick up your guys' stuff and have you basically reconvening in front of what would likely be, well, basically in front of Blinsky's shop and the seamstress? All right. I'll take that as a no. Oh, go ahead.
It's a nope.
All right, cool. So, Andar, for brevity's sake, you head to Blinsky's and pick up your little Sten miniature It has not only splits at every joint, wrists, elbows, shoulders, but also the ears flop in 2 sections, both at the base and halfway. So when you actually hit the button, he all of his limbs collapse, his wrists go limp, and he basically ragdolls. But his ears can also go 2 separate directions, because the top can go one way and the bottom can go another, and they seem to bend and fold in odd directions. And then when you hit the button, it comes back.
Perfect.
The mask wasn't done yet, right? Wasn't that going to take more time? I don't remember.
I off the top of my head don't remember how much he quoted. I presume it was probably the same day, so you'd have another mask. How's
it look in comparison?
It's a little bit like more disturbing than it was before, in the sense that, like, so the wood is this really polished, deep, like dark mahogany or cherry wood, but the eyes, whereas they were smooth before and the tears seem to be almost leaking as sap out of the wood from the openings in the eyes seem much more sharp and angular, and almost like seem angry, despite the lack of any other facial indication. They just the angles make them seem ominous, and rather than the gold paint seeming to come from the sap of the wood or coming out of the pores of the wood, it almost seems like it's splattering underneath each eye in a very ominous and macabre way. And Blinsky is thrilled about it. He thinks that he's so excited to give it to you. Oh, you are here. Let me give you asked for your mask. Here is your mask. I tried to make it exactly as it was, but I'll admit I took a little artistic liberties just to decorate it just a little bit, and let me say it turned out quite nicely, if I do say so myself.
Blinsky, this thank you very much.
You'll also notice that there's a on the inside there's a little bit of like a fine like satin or velvet padding on the inside that makes it a little bit more comfortable to sit on your face than was before.
Okay.
And he caved in a section to fit your nose properly, so that's not like there's no space in between your face and the mask. It's cool. Very fitted.
Cool. That's sick. Hermes loves this.
Would you, just out of curiosity, would you be putting it on to test it?
Yeah, probably in the shop, but like whenever I don't have it on, it would just be clipped to a belt.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like down at my side.
Well, Andar, when he puts it on and turns to face you, it almost startles you slightly, because like the eyes are so sharp that Alistair's eyes are gold, right?
Yeah.
It still has like the film that makes it so you can't physically see his pupils. Like he almost put like dark fabric underneath. But when he turns, the angular features almost make it, and the paint almost make it look like these dark holes are just like gouging out the actual. It almost looks like the eyes are gouged out of the mask when he turns to face you, which is unsettling.
It's so sick.
Sorry, go ahead.
Glad to see you're a creepy child again.
Thanks. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Irina is going to head to the seamstress and pick up all of the ordered clothes. And she's going to come back and hand them out to everybody. Let me make sure I have the descriptions. So she's going to bring Mal this beautiful, elegant, deep plum, almost like long silk dress, and there are these bright orange topaz that are laced along the waistline in a slight V shape in order to emphasize the hips. And the sleeves are almost like curtain sleeves that flow off of the arm, allowing it to kind of hang loosely and then attach at the wrist in these like gold intricately woven bracelets that also look semi like bracers. Like they basically cover a good section of the forearm, but they're they're woven in such a way that they are solid but still seem elegant. And the base of the base and the shoulders of and a little bit around where the fabric connects to the bracers is all this fine black lace. And she also provides you with a like topaz gem necklace that kind of fills in the space above the dress's breastline. And then for let's see who else ordered. For Hermes, comes back with this like almost Shakespearean shoulder padded bard looking outfit with tights and they're almost like curved bell shoes without the bell. Like they've got high boot tops, but the leather actually comes up to a slight point at the front. And the kind of big poofy shoulders also match on the knees, with kind of a black velvet paisleyed vest holding the whole ensemble together. Adunbi, she's going to hand this deep sage robe that the base and the basically all of the edges seem to have this golden thread interwoven in such a way that it almost looks like all of the edges have fronds of wheat that create the pattern along the border of the entire toga. And then the belt is actually what appears to be a silvered hemp rope to actually tie around the waist. And it does leave a decent chunk of your chest exposed. And most of your arms fairly bare. But it covers both shoulders and kind of wraps around, and then gives you full coverage from the waist down to about your mid calf.
Gotcha.
But it's very flowy. And then Andar and Mim and Sten and Irina all had clothes. So that's everybody's outfits. Are you guys going to be getting dressed before you head to get picked up, or are you guys going to be when are you guys planning to get dressed?
I'll get dressed here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think as soon as possible makes sense.
That makes
Not doing anything.
Where else are we gonna change?
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So you guys take your clothes and
in the carriage.
the mask and the mask and the toy, and you guys head back to the Blue Water Inn. Everybody starts to get changed. I'll let those of you who had clothes already describe your own clothes if you'd like, or if you'd like, I can describe them with the descriptions you sent. I will say, Irina, when she does come out, before she goes into her room, Alistair, she's actually going to approach you and be like, is it okay if I take that necklace that was given to us?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I'd like to have Andar check it first, of course, but if there's nothing wrong with it, I wouldn't want to insult Strahd.
Yeah, it is yours, and I believe when we got it, I said that, it is yours to choose. So, and I'll call Andar over and hand it over to him.
Mm-hmm.
Could you check
I
this?
don't really think this will look good on me.
No, could you check this for Irina and just assure it has no magical properties or a curse?
No. I'm gonna look around for Sten and then go as far away from him as I can. Very secretively. And then cast Identify as a Ritual.
Cool.
I'm gonna send a message to Andar.
So I just had a question.
Well, for
No, I'm
brevity's sake, you go through the ritual. It doesn't ping any magical properties at all. It does, it is just appears to be a necklace.
Well, aside from being overly gaudy, it should be fine.
All right. And she takes it and she walks into the other room. After everyone's changed, she comes out and she is in a form-fitting black satin dress that seems to come down her shoulders and kind of have one of those folding over cloth patterns that meets right above essentially her cleavage, and flows off of her hips down to her ankles, and she's wearing it's like what appear to be soft flats, with an embroidered like purple rose on the front of each foot. But she's wearing silver bands on either wrist, and then she's wearing the necklace, which wraps around her whole neck and comes down and fills just above the dress line with these bright red stones, and it almost looks like blood is dripping down her chest. But the rubies are immaculately polished, and the silver almost perfectly matches her wristbands, her bangles, and she's pulled her hair back in such a way that it kind of falls kind of at the base of her neck, and just kind of flows to either side of her face.
See, she's trying to upstage everyone, huh? Classic Irina.
Yeesh.
Malice will approach Mim and will look down at her and say, You look amazing. I am starting to regret not coming to you for advice. She says as she's like stiff backed because the corset is like cinching her waist, and she's just like
Oh, this thing? I mean, I picked it up, when I was living at that forest. It was just kind of on a mannequin, and I thought it would look so good on me. But it's the only nice piece of clothing I have.
Wait, really?
Mhm.
Well, it's really good. Maybe we can get more for you if you want more.
Well, maybe, I suppose. We could go shopping together. Well, Mim shopping is different than most people shopping.
What do you mean?
You'll see. We'll have to try it.
Okay.
It's really fun.
All right. I'm totally open to that then. Do you think you could help me though, real quick?
With?
So I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen. But I'm sort of unfamiliar with this situation, so I was hoping you could, I don't know, maybe store like a dagger on me or something, so we're not unprotected.
Yeah. I think that would be super good idea. Oh, I don't have a dagger, do I? But do you have a dagger?
Yeah.
Okay. Cause see, I gotta be honest with you, I'm kind of hiding some things too. So this is smart.
Oh, okay.
Shh. And Mim will help you put it somewhere. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you have a? You're wearing a dress, right? Or did you?
It's like super flowy.
Super
like,
flowy. Oh,
yeah.
man. Yeah. You're not gonna be able to move.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So, what if we put it on your ankle?
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because then it's easier to like grab. Also, I hear an echo. Does anyone else hear an echo?
Echo.
Okay, cool.
I don't hear an echo.
I don't hear an echo. I hear like murmuring in the background, but I think that's the ambiance from.
That is.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Then she'll put it on her like. She'll hold out her ankle, and as Min like ties it right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
that should
Also,
do.
oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, well, that should do.
I mean, this dress is so flowy. I'm sure you could put more stuff in it if you want. I don't know what else you need though.
Does it have pockets?
She raises an eyebrow and goes, I don't think most of our clothing does. I think it's like a conspiracy
What?
from designers. They just really don't want us to have pockets.
Big
Well, all
dress
of my
out here.
clothing has pockets because, like, how are you going to store all the cool things you find?
I mean, that's really cool. I'm very jealous.
Pocket conspiracy.
I'm going to look at some items. Let me look in my bag.
Like, do you see this pocket? I can only put the tips of my fingers in it. It's bullshit. It's fake.
Yeah, maybe we should do something about that.
Yeah, take down the big conspiracy.
For the audience sake, Mim is wearing a red leather ensemble with boots that head up to her mid-thigh and kind of flare up at the top with like a yellow trim and yellow kind of almost like a copper toe guard on the front. And then she's got a kind of dark maroon leather pants that head down into the boots. And the top is it flares out at the waist, kind of like almost like a small skirt, but heads up into a vest above her waist, before being covered by fabric and thick shoulder pads that almost look like peppermint candy with white and red stripes, and long purple leather arm guards that go up her forearms and just past her elbows. And she's got a big gaudy yellow brooch with a little pink gemstone in the center. And there's a purple cape flowing off of the back of the vest as well, that she's cut slits in for her wings to fit through.
Mim's like pulling stuff out of her bag, like just being like, "What's useful?" And like, there's like stuff on the floor, and it's like silver things and trinkets, and like, there's some mushrooms, some more acorns, some alchemist fire, healing potions. Is any of this gonna work? I also have whatever this. Oh no, nope, that's not good. And she puts it back in the bag. Maybe my darts. We could put my darts in there.
Okay.
Darts.
Dart.
Darts.
Yeah.
All right.
Am I gonna be allowed to like carry in my my sword, my short sword? You think?
You don't know.
Well, I was asking.
Oh, sorry.
Sort of, kind of.
I mean, I'm gonna assume we'll be in the presence of a lord. Usually they take your weapons.
Like lifts up your skirt and starts being like trying to tie her short sword onto your leg.
Amazing. Yeah. I just like imagine fucking if combat starts, Mim just like disappears under the dress, comes out like fully armed to the teeth. Just...
My darts, my sword, my short sword. Well, I'm thinking I'm gonna still be able to take my bag of potion healing stuff.
I mean, you know, why wouldn't you be able to?
That's true. And then I
Gratification.
I tie one more thing onto like your ankle or tuck it in your boot or something. Or, you know. It is going to be a little bag, like a little leather pouch of like snacks, berries. You never know, you know, if we're going into like a den of a vampire, they might not have very good food. So
like all right.
I think you're ready.
Wonderful. Hopefully we are. Are you worried at all?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Very much.
Yes.
But aren't you worried?
Yeah, me. I'm very, very worried. What if he's everything like we've heard, what if he really is? What if he really is evil? Then we'll be in a lot of trouble. I'm hoping I'm wrong.
Well, I feel like if he wanted to kill us, he could have killed us now, and he's probably like 10,000 times smarter than us. But if we just like go in and like let him talk, we might learn more and maybe get as smart as he is. But I don't think that fighting's the answer, which is like really weird for me to say because, you know, I kind of just jump the gun all the time. But I've been working really hard to get better at that.
Well, I don't know about that, but you are always thinking about consequences, and sometimes I think that's really great, but I think sometimes you should just let yourself do what you want, too.
No, that's what gets me into trouble. We almost
well-
got kicked out of the tavern. We almost blew up Blinsky's shop because of me. No. No, no,
Well-
no.
To be fair to that statement, I wasn't here before. So, if you do get in trouble, I'll have your back.
Well, that's what sisters are for, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But, a little bit ago when we were talking about Strahd, I don't remember exactly when it was, but, it seemed like you said he's always been good, or like, what do you mean by like, above table? I don't remember exactly what you said, but anyway.
She was very like, oh, he's the lord of the land. He has the right to
Yes.
do what he pleases.
Yeah, so yeah, you were saying all that stuff, but like, do you actually think all those things?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. He's always been good to my father. And my father's always kind of singing his praises, but having traveled with you guys, it seems like he's really the only one. Other than like the crazy people that we killed on Yester Hill. But I don't know. I mean, I think I do believe that he has a right to do with the land as he pleases. He's the lord of it. But Father also says that we shouldn't let tyrants hold the people, so I guess that's kind of conflicting. I don't know. I haven't really had the time to consider what I would do. I guess I'm just kind of hoping that I can go with the flow and the right decision will come to me when I need it.
That's fair.
You don't sound super happy with that.
Well, I don't know. It's just like you talk about your father all the time, and if Strahd's good to your father, but Strahd also is good to Fiona, and Fiona's kind of evil. I'm just wondering.
Are you insinuating that my father's...
No. I'm just have some questions because like we don't really know him, and have you always been with him? Is he actually your father? Were you adopted? Like, what kind of good does he do for his town? And you know, is he like? What do you think? Like, I'm just saying, like, just because he's your dad doesn't mean like you have to unconditionally love him. You can be critical of the people you love. I don't mean to offend you. It's concerns because we did meet you a little bit ago, but you are my sister, so like I have to trust you and your judgment. But I just want to make sure that like you don't get betrayed by the other people that you love.
I think that's a lot right now. He's the priest of an entire community? We wouldn't be around if he wasn't there, so I think he's a good person. I don't know what proof I can really give you other than that he heals the sick.
That's fair.
I haven't really stopped and considered if he was a bad person. I was adopted? There was a lot of questions in there. I don't really remember all of them, but my father doesn't look like me, if that's what you're asking. Yeah. I appreciate your worry, but I think I'm a pretty good judge of character.
Well, what do you think of me? Do you think I'm a good person or a bad person?
I think you're a good person.
And I think you're a horrible judge of character. but I still love you.
Oh.
Wrong answer.
You're not a good person? You don't?
I don't think so. I think I've made too many mistakes to be counted as a good person for now. But I think maybe I can redeem myself if, like, we can right the bad things that are happening here.
Redeem yourself to who?
I don't know, just like myself, maybe. Like, redeem myself to myself. Because it's kind of like, no one's purely good and no one's purely evil. Well, maybe some people could probably be purely evil. But, you know, it's like, we all do bad things and we all do good things. But I think right now the bad things are outweighing the good things. And I think for more good things to happen to me, I have to do more good things.
Mim, there's no cosmic scale. There's not really weighing of good and evil on a measurement line like that.
Well, there's a scale inside of me, and it's telling me that I've messed up too many times, and this is my one chance to fix it. I have to fix it.
Is that what your parents told you?
No.
Hmm.
Do you really think I ever had parents?
Admittedly, I don't know how fairies come into existence. I heard that it has something to do with like every time a child laughs or something.
No, I just mean like you don't get the skills that I have by having a loving family that you know and hang out with. You usually get them by being alone or like used by a person that's evil, but you know, you didn't know they were evil. It's fine. You know, I didn't have parents.
I think at this point, Malice will kind of put a hand on Mim's arm and say, Mim, I think you're a good person that bad things have happened to. And I think the sooner you realize that about yourself, the easier it will be to do good things.
I'm just gonna give you a hug.
Yeah, she hugs her back.
If you betray me,
Do you say that above table or in character?
No, okay. I hug her and I say, Mel, please don't betray me.
I'm going to take that as something to do with your past. I promise. I'll never betray you. Let's stay close when we go in there.
You hear a faint knocking at the door, and Irina kind of peeks her head in. Are you two coming?
Yeah, of course. Dinner time. I'm starving.
Whoa. Yeah.
Whoa,
Irina kind of raises an eyebrow, seeing the two of you like standing in front of each other. Mim like basically at Mouse like thigh level, and both of them just kind of looking over like they've been caught in the act. And
Am I
Irina kind of
right or
like goes,
something?
okay, whenever you're ready, and shuts the door.
Well,
Okay, Mom.
you need anything? Some snacks, some condoms?
Over in the men's
More
room,
condoms? Okay, sure.
all you guys are getting dressed. Is there anything that you guys want to talk about while you're getting dressed, or do you guys want to just suit up?
I think Sten's just going to keep rereading the same few pages of the book.
The book or the
Are there
journal?
The book.
Cool.
The Van Richten's book.
Are there condoms in Barovia?
Is that a DM question or is that a Doomby question to the group?
It's a DM question.
Roll knowledge arcana.
Is this magic?
Let me put it this way. In Barovia, it is thought that sheep's guts can serve as ample protection.
Christ.
Man,
Why are you like this?
Because that was a
It's
medieval
thought,
thing.
huh?
Really?
Oh yeah, absolutely, that was a medieval
Yeah.
thing.
I didn't know that. That's gross. Blah, people are so.
We didn't have rubber back then.
No, well, yeah.
Hey,
Or silicone.
Stan.
Yes.
I don't think I'll be needing this today, and I hand your scarf back to you.
Oh, thank you.
You're wearing a scarf?
I gave him my scarf as a blindfold.
Oh, yeah.
ooh.
We'll kind of be
I'll
in
just
front
pack
of
that
the.
away.
We'll be in front of the man himself. So
If it's really him, do you think he'll try and use your eyes to look at himself?
I
Pretty vain thing to think about, right?
Like some sexy mirror.
can't fathom that thought. Honestly, it's a little unsettling.
You've heard of voyeurism.
Oh no, I just thought of that. I just thought that'd be very weird.
Also, real quick, I'm going to put the super large heavy crossbow on the bag. And I have an ornate hand crossbow that I've never used that has the Cult of the Mask logo on it.
Okay.
I'm going to clip that to one side of my belt and the mask to the other.
All right. Sounds good.
But it's out and visible. I'm not going to try and hide it.
That's totally fair.
I guess I'll finish getting dressed also. Shall I describe it?
If you'd like to.
Shall I describe it? So you see Sten, absolute dashing little gentleman. He's wearing a crepe black suit that's like a silk that doesn't really wrinkle. So it's a black pants and black coat, and the pants are adorned with like these tiny golden leaf patterns. And they're kind of peppered all over. His shirt is also black, and it's lined with a golden trim of the parts that you can see. But the pattern kind of seems random. It's not just a straight line. The coat that he's got has leaves, like gold leaves, as if they had like just fallen and landed on his shoulders. So there's like kind of like shoulder pad gold leaves. And then at the cuffs, there's also a couple golden leaves. The lapels of his coat are giant gold leaves, like kind of oak sized as they kind of line. I don't know why I'm like showing down by my belly button. You can't see that part of the camera.
How do you know?
A man's belly button.
Belly button cam, please.
And then he wears a gold bow tie that's the shape of a swallowtail butterfly. So the butterflies have like the long tails instead of like the bubbly wings.
Butterfly. Sten's a leafy boy.
He's all black and gold. Yep.
Walking fine.
Andar, would you like to describe yours, or would you like me to describe yours?
Oh, Sten, you look delightfully droll.
I'll have you know, this is very formal for where I'm from.
I don't doubt that.
What are you wearing? A bedsheet?
It's a very nice bedsheet, thank you very much.
Sure it is. Don't blow away in the wind.
Ender puts on a very, very deep royal purple tailcoat. It goes down about mid-calf. All the seams are stitched in silver. On the back of it, there's a very, very, very faint family crest towards the top. Everything else is rather simple. Black undershirt, black pants that go down to some dress boots that are just a bit shorter than the boots he normally wears.
You going to a dinner, Ender? Playing us piano? What are
Do you
these?
have a
I'll
piano?
grab his tailcoats. Oh, sorry. Said the wrong thing. I don't know if you can hear those sirens. They're very, very loud outside just now.
I mean, we've seen Sten make a piano come to life, I believe.
You've also seen Sten play the piano in Death House.
You have. Really badly.
Um,
It was beautiful. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Are you looking for some lessons? Because last time you played was culturally different.
Yeah, well, I think it comes down to how big my fingers are. Cover 2 keys. Should have thought about that.
2 questions. 1, Adunbi, are you getting dressed in the robe?
Yes, I said that I would.
Cool. 2, and as you guys are leaving, are you keeping the book where it is, or are you doing something with it? Just so I'm aware.
I'm keeping it stashed.
All right.
I haven't touched it since I put it there.
That's why I thought. I just wanted to confirm. All right.
I am bringing the rest of my satchel, which fits very nicely kind of in the back corner under my coat.
There you go. All right. So everyone all dressed up. Yep. Go
I
ahead.
will send a message to Andor, actually. It's whispering, but it's still in your head. Should I bring the amulet? I have it on now.
I can reply to those, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, I hate it when you do that. I would probably leave it here. I don't think that... how many words do I have?
I'm gonna bolt outside then. I'm gonna.
That should be in canon. That
Yeah.
I would leave it here. I would wait. How many words do I have?
I'll just tell him I'll meet him outside, and I want to try and leave that with Erwin.
Okay.
Meet him outside. Meet him outside.
It's like, hey, I'll be back for this. I'm also gonna wrap it up in my scarf. So you
I'll
can't see
be
what it is.
back.
All right. So you go down. You wrap it in the scarf. You kind of get Danica's attention, who and kind of gesture towards the kitchen. She lets you back there and kind of like comes in, unsure if you need her to be there or not. And everyone kind of looks up. Good morning.
Hey, I was just really quick wondering if you could not open this but hide it.
He kind of looks at it and looks at you. What is it?
I don't really know, but it might have a special favor with someone who I don't want knowing that I have it.
Real quick, roll me a deception check because you're lying that you don't know what it is.
Deception. Ooh, plus 10.
Give me the deception, baby.
18.
18. All right, let me check one thing. He believes you.
Nice.
He rolled a 1. All right.
Good to hear.
He looks at it and looks at you and goes, "Is it dangerous?"
Is a dagger dangerous?
I would say a dagger is dangerous when utilized, but that's not the type of danger that I'm referring to.
Oh. No. I don't think it's very dangerous.
All right. He kind of gestures over and he pulls a pot. He like walks over to like a small lower shelf and kind of pulls a pot aside and kind of gestures for you to put it behind the pot.
I'll do that.
And he kind of just shoves the pot back in front of it. Done.
I'll be back to pick this up either late tonight or tomorrow.
All right. And if you don't come back?
I'll come back.
Fair question.
That's flag number 1.
All right.
All the NPCs start asking us, like, just separately.
Hey,
So,
are you feeling okay, kid?
Have you written a
what's your-
will yet?
What's your
That's
exit
very
plan?
important.
He goes
Yeah,
back
I
to
guess
just like
feeling
chopping
that.
carrots.
Someone randomly like confesses their love and says that they're gonna live happily ever after. Death flag.
I'll go meet the group.
All right. So you guys kind of finish getting dressed, gather your stuff, meet out in front of the tavern. You're all dressed in fairly extravagant clothing, despite the fact that it's early afternoon. You know that Rahadin is going to be picking you up at Wachter House that evening.
Damn.
So what are you guys going to do?
That name's always so cool.
Gonna open up the wait menu and wait 8 hours.
They built this fireplace very quickly. That was so funny, Gil. Are we going to speak with Miss Lady Wachter, or are we just going to wait outside her house?
I don't want to talk to her.
Well,
I think she's rather fussy with us.
the way I see it, we have a house here. Should we choose to utilize it?
I guess, Mora, what I'm getting at is, are we concerned about her daughter? Because we have the time to try, but we don't have the time to rest it off.
I mean, the plan was to talk to her.
I think I'm getting cold feet now, though. So
I'm in your boat.
How hairy they are.
We can always
I'm
talk
wearing
to her
shoe
later.
covers. They're half tops, no bottoms. Oxfords, obviously.
Oh, it did seem like we cared very deeply about her opinion of us. So,
Has anyone noticed there's way more crows?
There's a
all of a
lot
sudden?
of crows.
You guys are outside.
Oh, not any more crows than usual.
I guess I've just never noticed them before.
Yeah.
It's kind of why I hate this place.
Are they in like a flock?
There's a lot of. Generally, Vallaki has a lot of crows and
There's
ravens
a
flitting
lot of
about.
crows.
I just didn't know if they were like in like a blah, blah, blah.
No, they're all on the buildings. There's
all spread
they are particular. It does seem like roll me a perception check
Nope. Okay.
I assist.
Yay!
since you're talking about it.
Wait, why is? Oh, that's why.
All right, so you do notice that they seem to like the kind of thatched roof of the Blue Water Inn a little bit more than some of the other roofs, but they are kind of spread along the whole street.
I'm gonna wave at them.
I'll run up to Andar and I'm going to whisper in his ear. If I don't make it back, can you pick up the thing? It's in my scarf in the pot in the back.
Well, I suppose so, but if you don't make it back, I don't know what the odds are for the rest of us.
Well, just like maybe if you're on your last breath and I've already expelled mine, maybe shout that to somebody.
Noted. Yes.
That's flag number two.
Scarf behind a pot in the kitchen.
Well, he can magically talk to people too.
It's funny.
Sten's like stabbed, he's bleeding out, and they're like, well, "What are you trying to say?" He's like, "I have one last request.
Scarf.
There's something that I had to pick up at the store.
Get my pot.
We just played the game of telephone.
I also left a pot on the stove. Really needs to be turned off. Thank you."
It's very funny. Yeah, I don't know.
But yes, at least before you were talking about how you're very concerned about her opinion of you, and if we blow her off, that's it would not be very good. Because I did suggest not even talking to her tomorrow or today.
Well, her sons seem to think that she's furious with us, so what's a little angrier if we blow her off, right?
But I mean, yes, but that's exactly what I was saying the other day, and you were saying that we should talk to her. So I don't see what has changed.
Her sons saying that she's furious with us. That's what changed.
Oh, I don't think we
This
told you
morning?
guys. Because we went to bed pretty... She knows. She knows what we did.
Well, she thinks she knows what we did.
She knows we have the term.
How exactly does she know it was us and not one of her drunken boys?
I think she's logical enough to know that the timing of everything only points to one. Also, the boys don't stay at the house.
Oh. Yeah, it was us.
They're either asleep in the tavern or asleep in a ditch. Yes, that's kind of why I have cold feet about it at D&B.
I mean, she can't do anything to us because Strahd wants to see us, so if she does do anything stupid, then Strahd would have her head, yes?
I mean, she can hurt us, as long as we can still attend the dinner.
You said we would get to the dinner unharmed.
What? I don't know. I'd like to risk it a little less right now.
Well, we could always go and wait out our time and
I mean, I'm
new house.
not opposed to ditching her. So if you want to, then
Anybody else feel a strong pull either way?
I think we should help. I don't think we should help today.
Yeah, maybe use it as leverage for when she wants to kill us or something.
Especially, I don't know about you, but I don't know how I feel walking into her house while wearing this. I'll just look down.
It's funny, my last outfit actually looked like that.
More power to you. I'll kind of itch at it a little bit.
Yeah, no, it was too tight and itchy for me as well.
You look good, though.
Thanks. I always wear something like this when dealing with nobles, and no offense, Andar, Irina, I fucking hate it.
Irina kind of chuckles. I'll admit I'm not a huge fan myself.
Yeah, that's fair opinion.
fair opinion.
She kind of looks down at herself and goes, but when in Rome.
What's wrong?
Where's Rome?
It's
Plane.
I read about it in a book once. It's it's an ancient civilization. They were apparently very advanced for their place in history. It's not from here, of course, but it's a saying. I picked it up from a book.
Sounds a little boring to me.
One thing of note, Ryan, just it may come up. Mal is going to carry in her blood axe.
Okay.
Fully aware that it's probably going to be taken away, but it sticks out like a sore fucking thumb on her back.
Sounds good. There are a few eyes being cast your way, especially now that, like, without armor, your skin is more bared, but you're in this fine dress. You've got demonic scaly skin and then a giant axe on your back, and so you're drawing a few eyes here and there, but nobody dares fuck with you.
They're like, what is going on here?
There is one more thing before we, I guess, relax however we can before this. I checked that little orb I have on my cape this morning, and it showed Rahadin on a mountain pass. It was snowing this morning.
Close to here?
I don't know of any. I guess I don't know the local geography that well.
Like-
Other than, looking around and seeing a couple mountains, but it was snowing in a winding pass. I don't know where he is right now.
Well, there are a number of mountainous regions in Barovia. The
I have
whole
to be honest,
valley. Sorry.
My mind immediately thought of the Mad Mage tale.
Well, yes. Well, the mountains that the Mad Mage had his battle in are north of here,
Are they
north of the
snowy?
lake. At times, during certain seasons, but for the most part, I'd say no. Most of the snow is from the southwest. But it could be the north as well. I mean, it snows. Various mountains get varying degrees of snow throughout the year.
Was Irina with us? Was she in the room when Casimir asked us the favor?
I believe so. I believe she was in disguise the first time that you guys were there.
I have to find out what he asked.
Who's Casimir again? Which one's Casimir?
Casimir is the
Casimir-
dark elf in the Vistani camp who said that he wanted you guys to escort him south on a journey to avenge visions of his sister that he was having in his sleep.
Irina, do you remember at the Vistani camp west of here, Casimir?
Yes, the fairly sordid fellow that was standing in the tent with us the first time.
Yes, he specifically said that he dreamt of his sister in previous consorts of Strahd's. And he wanted us to go to a mountain down there. What's so special about that? What is the Amber Temple?
Amber Temple. Let me see if she knows what you're talking about. We'll find out.
Yeah, dreamt the sister
Mystery.
previous consorts of Strahd's, receiving visions of her repenting her choices, claims there is a solution to putting her to rest
Okay.
at the Amber Temple. That's what we have.
I don't know of an Amber Temple, but I do know that the southwest region is mostly uninhabited. The region is harsher than most allow for, and there's not a lot of farming that can be done there. So settlements there aren't any settlements down that way. But I did read once that there was a group of wizards who made, supposedly, this is myth, I don't know this to be true, but there was a tale once of a group of wizards who gathered in the southwest and used the region as almost like a defense for forming a library where they could pool their knowledge. But the library was lost many, many years ago, and the wizards' names are all lost to history. As I said, it's as much folklore as it could be. Much more folklore than anything else. I can't guarantee there's anything down there.
Irina, is this pre or post Strahd being the land?
Oh, this is... well, history gets fuzzy in Barovia, but I believe this is before. I believe this is before Strahd's arrival.
I suppose it's a ridiculous thing. A horse-drawn carriage can't make it from all the way down here to Vallaki in an afternoon.
I only worry, Irina, Malice, none of you have family in mountains, right?
Is Kresk in a mountain?
Kresk is... Let's look at the
In the
map.
mountains.
I think it's like near the mountains.
Kresk is at the base of a mountain. Here, I will
Kresk
share
is at the
screen.
base of a mountain.
Is it typically snowy there?
Is it typically snowing there?
Generally no, but on
Generally, no, but
once or twice a year. So this is Kresk. Oh, I need to...
This is Kwask.
the city of Kresk.
This is the city of Kwask. Look closely at the mountains.
Stay a while and listen.
Looks like a mountain.
So here, this is Kresk.
Well,
But you can see from the map that there's mountains to the northeast, there's mountains to the northwest, there's mountains to the north. Irina is referring to these mountains here north of the lake is where the Battle of the Mad Mage supposedly took place. There is a group of mountains that leads to Kresk, and then there's these particularly large mountains down in the southwest.
There be mountains.
In them hills.
Well, as long as neither of you have family in that terrain, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
I just don't get how he could be in a mountain when they're definitely more than a few hours away.
Do you think the carriage has some sort of abilities? Maybe
If
he
it does,
can.
then he can find us anytime.
We also did just learn that teleportation magic exists in various locations around Barovia.
Or maybe he can fly. Or hop.
I don't know.
Well, generally speaking, Vallaki should be more than a day's journey from the castle. So we might find out this evening.
Very true. Well, I don't know what to do. Kind of find it a little hard to relax.
Yeah, I feel you there.
How far is the lake?
From you guys,
Yeah.
like 45 minutes to the lakefront.
Eddie wouldn't want to go to the lake before.
Sure.
Yeah, last time we were up there, it was a good time.
What happened?
That's true. Sten wasn't there.
Oh. Yeah, let's go to the lake.
We should do something besides standing around here.
Hopefully this time we won't find a child in a bag in the water.
All right.
She was in a bag.
Why do you think we had favor with the Vistani?
That's true. You would have known about this at some point.
Well, it was only Bluto. The connection I have is only Bluto and the girl.
Yeah.
That he took or something.
The details of the actual like boat and drop were vague, I think, at best. He knows that Bluto was doing something horrible to the girl and that you guys stopped him, but I don't think the details were super sorted out. Are you guys heading to the lake?
We have to wait. What time is the person picking us up?
You said tomorrow evening, so you've got about 4 hours.
If we can do that and back, I'd say yeah.
A
If
fucking
people want to.
a fucking pool party.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Beach episode.
Do I have the lake? I don't know if I have the lake.
I mean, are we doing anything there? Or are we just killing time?
I think we're
I
just
think
killing
we're just,
time.
I think we're just killing time.
Do you have something
Okay.
planned? We're just
Okay.
kind of we're sitting in
I mean, the
Witcher.
lake is a thing, like, but I
Yeah, we're doing the
did
lake
not
menu.
prepare.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys decide to go walk. We'll just say you guys just go decide to walk around the lake for
We're dressed up too well to be in water.
Yeah.
for
Exactly.
your purposes. As you guys get closer to the lake, you notice that the sounds of nature and the cawing of crows and all these different noises that you've become accustomed to fade to a near eerie silence the closer you get to the lake until you are basically upon the lake grounds. And again, there's that kind of eerie stillness, and the lake almost seems placid to the point of unnatural. There doesn't appear to be any movement on the surface of the lake. There's no bugs. There's no fish. Something is going on with this lake.
This is perfect. Malice will like pick up a smooth stone and like skip it on its surface. Try to get like a bunch of skips.
It goes all the way across, and you just watch the ripples kind of endlessly go out before settling.
I've never gotten so many skips before.
You were really good at that.
Andor is having absolutely no problem relaxing and is going to sit down next to a tree and start flipping through a book.
All right. Then, for the sake of brevity, you guys spend a few hours at the lake before heading back into town. At this point, the sun is starting to get low in the sky as it begins nearing sunset. For the few hours you spent at the lake, it was very peaceful, but you were all slightly on edge. There was a slight ominous feeling of like, where is the wildlife? Why? I'm actually going to get rid of the bugs here. Because there are no sounds of bugs. There are no sounds. It's just water and wind.
Where is the wildlife? I can hear them, but I can't see them.
I can't figure out what part they're coming from, actually. Because I turned off other wildlife, but the bugs are still chirping, and I don't know where. Crickets,
Didn't
where
we
are
hit
you?
crickets this time?
Oh, here.
Do you think Strahd could have killed all of the bugs?
There we are. So just
Killed all the bugs. I'd very much like to shake his hand.
just the sound of water and the sound of wind, which is comforting. But considering the size of the lake and how long you were there, to not see a single bird, to not hear a single bug, not see a fish jump out of the water or a ring form anywhere on the lake, the only rings that you see the entire time are from the rocks that Malice skips across.
I think the more likely answer is that the lake is obviously cursed.
Creepy town, creepy lake. That makes sense.
Only logical answer.
All right, so you guys head back to town. You head towards Wachter House. And to be clear, you guys are just getting picked up there. You guys aren't going in at all, is what seemed to be established.
She's gonna have to Karen walk out to us if she wants to talk to us.
Yeah.
Bye.
So then what will happen is as you guys approach Wachter House, you notice that the street is eerily quiet as you approach. And there are a few people kind of like, you can see most of the windows shuttered and kind of a few people kind of like peeking through slits in shades and things. What are the wooden, are those just shades?
Slats. The slats.
Yes.
Venetian?
Yeah.
Venetian?
Basically those shades that you can rate, they're actual physical wood, and you basically slide them up and down.
The Venetian blind?
I guess I don't know what they're called, but yeah, they're basically like, rather than actually being like modern blinds, they're like the wooden flaps that you just put up and down.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I can't think of what they're called, but anyway, there are like people kind of like peeking through those and whatever, and you see as you start to approaching it closer to the house that there is a big, menacing black carriage standing in front of Wachter House with two big black, really burly horses, kind of snuffing and blowing fog out their noses, and you see Rahadin sitting in the front, sitting very poised, and you see Fiona standing on her porch, kind of just looking and watching you approach, and she just glares daggers at you guys as you walk up towards the carriage. But Rahadin steps down slowly. I see that you arrived just as you said. The carriage awaits. And he kind of gestures inside.
I'll go first. Yeah, are we getting there tonight? Seems a bit far.
Of course. We wouldn't want to keep the master waiting.
Real quick, we don't have Sasha. Should we push narrative if we don't have her?
I think she just popped out for a second, but this is... I'll hold 1 second. Let me just check where she is. Hold, please.
Quick break.
Oh, please.
How many people do you think can fit in this carriage?
Dude, it's Elon's bullet train. Come on.
She's just using the restroom. She's finishing up now. But
Is it bigger on the inside?
It is not, but it is spacious enough that it can hold the 6 of you comfortably. As you step up onto the step into the carriage itself, the carriage kind of bows a little bit when you step on the step into the center, and the entire inside is this dark, like burgundy velvet seating, and this intricate black metal lattice work that's kind of woven in unique patterns that almost seem like thorned vines curving above each seat, with the big buttons in the velvet on the backs, and the floor is this very smooth wood that almost seems polished to a shine. And when you actually physically step on it, you don't leave any footprints at all, despite coming off of what's a dusty cobblestone road. But you all pile in comfortably and each take a seat, and Rahadin kind of leans in and make yourselves comfortable, and slowly shuts the door. And you can see out the window, it appears to be almost like a fogged glass. But you can see out, despite the fact that from the outside, you've noticed on previous occasions that the glass is difficult to see in. But you have kind of a faded, foggy view of the outside world. And Rahadin steps up and kind of hangs onto the side of the carriage and
Creepy, dude.
flicks his wrist at the horses, who begin slowly trotting along, and you guys can just see Lady Fiona watching you, her eyes glaring daggers as the carriage pulls away.
As she does, I'm gonna go. And that's it.
And as the horses start to trundle forward, Rahadin actually kind of lively steps back and pulls the door open and enters the seating area with you. So, I'm so glad that all of you could join us this evening and have taken the time to prepare yourselves accordingly. And he kind of gestures at your outfits. I'm sure, Lady Irina, that he will be pleased that you have accepted his gift and are showcasing it so elegantly. And she kind of like looks down, slightly uncomfortable with the attention. But Rahadin looks back at the rest of you, and I am sure that you have many questions, and I assure you they will likely be answered in time. But in the meantime, is there any insight I might be able to provide you on our journey, or any sort of...
How long is this ride?
We will likely be in the carriage for a matter of a few hours.
What's slated for dinner for us?
The master has laid down an elegant spread of multiple course meal. I will spare you the details, as I'm sure that he wouldn't want me to spoil the surprise, but I promise that he has spared no expense preparing for your arrival. Anybody who is looking out the window, roll me a perception check.
To the window.
Disadvantage. Fucking soulless, bitch.
To the wall. It's the wall.
17.
8.
Okay.
I'm seated at the window.
So,
On one side.
Alistair, you're focused on Rahadin. Mim, Stan, and Doonby.
tracks.
The rest of you, as he's talking and he's standing in front of the window, you kind of see past him, and you see that the horizon behind him, as you guys are exiting out of the gates of Vallaki, begin to blur in a strange way, and the fog seems to thicken around the window in almost a streaky, coiling fashion. And you get this almost strange illusion of motion. It's looking at Rahadin standing in front of it, and it happening behind is almost giving you this weird parallax motion sickness. It's difficult to look at.
Dude, it is Elon's bullet train.
Are we able to talk to him still? I have another question, Rahadin.
Of course.
What's that?
What is what?
I'll just gesture to the change in scenery.
He looks out the window, smiles. Ah, yes. The master's carriage holds unique properties. Of course, it would be logistically difficult to navigate the lengths of Barovia quickly using standard means. The carriage allows us to circumvent such obstacles.
Pretty neat. You think we could borrow it sometime?
I do believe that you're borrowing it right now.
Fair point.
So
As
why do you need the
discomforting.
horses?
Sorry.
Well, the carriage can't pull itself. That
Just
would
chuckle.
be silly.
I cut Alistair off, I think.
As that's going on, can I kind of pour some stuff out of my bag onto the ground and pick up the journal and start writing in it? So it's just the journal that I got the other day. I emptied the pages.
Gotcha. So this
Honestly,
is
I'm just what I'm trying to do is I'm just kind of trying to make a little bit of a mess and look like I'm doing something, keeping myself busy.
Gotcha. So you dump all your stuff out, and then just to clarify, this is Victor's journal, and you're just adding notes to the scribbled pages?
So I emptied it, so now Alistair just has a empty journal that is essentially just going to be
It
Alistair's
wasn't the journal.
I
It was
understand.
It was
Yeah.
something nondescript that was in scenery, and I just have an empty journal.
No, I'm with you. Because you gave all the written on pages to Andar, and you have all the blank
Yep.
pages. Got it. So you just dump your stuff out all over the floor and pull out this journal and start writing. And Rahadin kind of looks down.
Can I ignore it?
He kind of like feigns a smile. I ask that you keep the carriage clean on your journey. I will let you know when we arrive. And he slowly, kind of stiffly opens the door and kind of slides himself up to the front and shuts it behind him.
Atumbi, you could
Rest
probably...
my arm on the side and cast Identify.
Nice.
All right.
I was hoping for that.
All right.
Atumbi, you could probably do your thing now as well.
You mean the thing that we talked about in secrets?
Yes, that.
And just the two of us alone?
Just
What is
looking
it?
at the journal. I'm like just talking up at you guys, but not looking.
Because I really need clarification on which one of the two things that you're asking me to do.
You said you would talk to somebody. You had a spell or something.
I mean, it was less talking to somebody. I mean, that was back, the other location.
Can you not do it?
Okay, just to clarify, the thing
It was
We
like
talked to-
commune. That's what I'm
It's
referring to.
augury, I think.
you're talking about the okay. I was like, I was
I was like,
confused.
how do I not table talk this? I don't know because I don't know that spell.
Okay. No, you're talking about augury. I was like, are you talking about the girl? I'm like, that's way like.
Oh,
we
yeah,
we're,
no.
we were doing this part. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry. Dun 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 dun. The exact question that we wanted to ask was, there's two questions that we want to ask, but one of them was about Irina, and then one was about if we try to steal the soul. Do I have to say? Actually, I didn't read if I had to say this out loud.
For augury,
Do you get?
Yeah.
it says
It doesn't say I have to read it out loud.
correct. It just says the results of a specific course of action. So you would just have to above table tell me what action you're referring to.
Okay.
And
Well-
real quick to answer Andar's identify.
Yeah.
As you cast it, you get the kind of like sense from your spell as the knowledge kind of fills your brain. This carriage seems to be almost a magical adaptation of Far Step, where rather than jerking in 60 feet increments across Barovia, it seems to be almost a constant flow of motion at an increased rate of speed as to what would be physically capable. But it seems to be a modified enchantment along the lines of a Far Step type spell. But it's definitely a conjuration school.
Well, Adumi takes out a little glass, pours some water in it, puts a little leaf on top, and just sits with the glass with it in his hands, between his hands, with his eyes closed as the leaf moves. And the question that I'll ask to the DM is, if we try to Like if we try to sneak in and like steal Alistair's soul without what's his name? Strahd knowing, how will that turn out for us?
I will say it does specifically say it has to take place within the next 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Oh, 30 minutes. Oh yeah, we have to get there. I mean, okay. I mean, can this just be the thing that I do when we get closer? I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know if if there's like gonna be a big. Is there like a timing thing that we have to care about here?
No. So we'll do that as you get close. Is there anything that you want to do before then, or is that just kind of your
Before?
focus? Like if you've got about
yeah,
you've got
I can
about
only
2
use it-
hours.
I can only use it 2 times. So, and this was like the only really one that we wanted to like talk about. So, I guess the first thing I'll ask is how will us traveling to Strahd with Irina like pan out? I guess because we're traveling right now, so
Okay. So you're asking that right now, and you're asking the other
it's
thing
like,
later.
is traveling with Irina to Strahd a good or a bad idea?
Okay. So right now, you asked the traveling question. The leaf
Yeah.
begins to, in the cup, spin faster and faster. And as it does, half of the leaf begins to wither, and half of the leaf turns a brighter and brighter green. And I'll say that the result is weal and woe.
Wheel and woe. Yeah, good enough for me. All right, I'll wait for the other one when we get closer.
All right.
Wheel and woe.
So Alistair's journaling. Adunbi is spinning leaves in a cup. Is there anything anyone else is doing during the travel or anything that wants to happen, or shall we fast forward?
Alice is just looking out the window.
I just want to note that I put Doctor Who in a pocket dimension before we left the lake.
Duly noted.
Mim's just whispering to her acorns. Not the nice one, the normal.
Okay.
When it says okay. So do we have less than 3 hours of travel?
Yes, you have about 2. Why?
I'm gonna use performance of creation
Oh shit.
to make a. How much do I have? 120. I'm gonna make a golden bouquet of roses. 24
I forgot.
as a gift.
Okay. Are they actually made of gold?
Yes.
Okay, duly noted.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Is this?
All right. So, and how long do they last now at this level?
Well, I'll probably make it kind of when we get closer, but it's 3 hours total.
Okay, cool. Cool. So, as you guys travel, as you get closer, Adunbi, you ask the second question, which is specifically what's the result of
what?
trying. You're gonna ask the
Okay.
second question.
Yeah. I'll ask a question about the soul. Taking Alistair's soul back without Strahd knowing. Like, will we be able to leave safely?
Okay. So I will say a course of action that you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. You probably don't plan to leave in the next 30 minutes. So it'd have to be something specifically you're going to try and do in the first 30 minutes you're there.
Would we be successful in taking Alistair's soul without Strahd knowing? What about that?
The leaf spins and spins and spins and completely withers to the stem as the actual pieces break off and fall into the water.
Well,
Got it.
there you go.
It's gonna be woe for that one.
Well, he has it. So then we know he has it.
Well,
That's true. That did just kind of answer 2 questions.
Yeah.
Or it means that he could not have it, and it could be
Yeah.
somewhere else.
And
It
he'll
means
know when I get it.
it means that in the next 30 minutes, there's no chance, or there's either no chance or there's bad results of you getting Alistair's soul, leaving, and Strahd not knowing, which are a lot of variables. Also, there's a 25% chance that that's a random reading. Because after each if you cast
you
2
can't
or more times,
He has
No,
it.
I get to cast the spell too.
it says if you cast the spell 2 or more times before completing a
Oh,
long
okay.
rest, there's a cumulative
25.
25% chance that each one's random.
After the first. Okay.
So that also could be bullshit.
It's probably real. It's like more of an art than a science, you know?
All right.
75 to 25, I'll take those odds.
Yeah, so I guess I'll make the roses now.
If it's 25 to 75, I'll definitely take those odds.
So, after a while of traveling, you start to see the foggy, swirly shapes outside the window begin to solidify, and you start to once again feel the actual rock and kind of bounce of the carriage as sound seems to come back around you. You didn't realize that while you were traveling, the noises seem to be almost distant and muted. And you can see, as you begin to approach, the night is falling, and you can start to see in the distance the shape of this castle looming over the countryside, fog rolling off of its spires. And you begin to approach a bridge with a large gatehouse standing at the base of the castle grounds.
That's a really cool mist effect.
yeah.
And as you trundle across the bridge, you come forth to a grand courtyard. And the moon is rising high in the sky at this point. Night has fallen, and you hear cracks of thunder and rain.
Is this music actually playing in like the like?
You hear organ music off in the distance.
Okay,
This is
I was
just
kind of
movie
I was imagining there's just loud organ music just playing around.
Where did
Strahd's
these
castle.
speakers come from?
This one is just me.
But
'Cause that seems like a very Strahd thing to do.
you hear organ music off in the distance. The carriage trundles into the courtyard, and you guys all begin to unload. Let me make sure that everyone's tokens are populated here as you
also,
guys
I would've-
arrive on the grounds of Castle Ravenloft.
I would have cleaned up my mess, by the way.
Good call.
I wouldn't have left it.
Is there any other last minute things anyone would like to do before you depart the carriage?
I will communicate to people the results of the readings as woe for both.
One was wheel and woe.
Yeah, but I'm just going to say for both. Well,
Duly noted.
I'm just gonna communicate. Like, I'm just basically gonna put my hand on Alistair's shoulder and shake my head.
Well, another day. I will finish up what I was doing in the journal, and on the first page of the journal, if anybody were to look at it, it has a crudely drawn schematic of the crossbow with the dagger as the like bayonet.
All right.
I was just gonna pray to the Morning Lord and ask for guidance.
I'm gonna give the bouquet to Irina.
All right.
It's unwise to arrive without a gift. And I seem to remember we forgot to bring one.
Well thought. I'm sure this
but-
will suffice.
Do let him know these are fleeting.
I'm sure we'll be able to let him know together, hopefully. Right?
I don't know. I don't want to be first in.
All right, well. She kind of looks around the room, puts her hand on the door. Are we ready?
I'll join her and say, let's do this.
Oy.
She opens the door, and you guys step out into the foggy night. Rahadin is actually standing out with his umbrella, holding it over the doorway. And he's actually managed to pull the carriage close enough up that you guys are on underneath an overhang towards the entrance of the castle. But there's these large double doors and this ornate facade from the actual castle over the entryway.
He really likes his theatrics, doesn't he?
The master.
I thought it would be bigger.
Rahadin kind of half smiles. The master is a fan of the opulent. But you guys can see that through the courtyard, there's thick, cold fog swirling around the courtyard grounds. There's sporadic flashes of lightning lancing through the weeping clouds overhead and thunder shaking the ground. Through the drizzle, you can see torch flames fluttering on either side of the keep's main doors. And one of the doors hangs slightly open. You can see warm light spilling out of the entrance, flooding the courtyard. And high above the entrance is a round window with shards of broken glass lodged in its iron frame. I will So you guys step out. Oh, why is this not updating? Everyone's here but this.
One sec.
Are you running away from me? I'm reloading. Maybe.
I'm reloading as well. Can everyone see the courtyard, or is anyone still seeing? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong map. That's why. I didn't activate this. There we are.
I see myself. Yay! This is cool.
So, Rahadin brings you all under the overhang. There's kind of this rain and fog going on. I will show you to the dining room if you'll follow me. And he begins to head into the castle itself. And as you enter into this first room, The ornate outer doors of the castle are basically open to this entryway where 20 feet inside is a second set of doors. And as you all step into this chamber, the doors burst open, and you can see this grand hall that is filled with the sounds of distant organ music playing. And there is a hunched, very beast-like man standing in the center of the room, and Rahadin kind of carries himself and leads you over to this man. Who Mal you recognize as a much older version of a familiar face. Let me make sure my music is playing. There it is.
Dan, is he a cousin of yours?
No, all my cousins look like me.
I'll show you a picture of this man. If I can find it.
Is it as small as a bear's? What are you talking about?
Igor.
I
He
always thought he
stands-
had particularly long ears.
Here we are. He stands about 5'3". And
Fitting image.
he's wearing very ragged clothes, and he wears a pendant around his neck that has silvered metal surrounding what appears to be a blind cataract eyeball. That seems to be almost staring like a glass eye out from the pendant on his neck, but otherwise he's covered in rags, and one of his feet appears to be three-toed, webbed, and have claws coming out, whereas his left arm is covered in fur as well as most of his face, whereas his right arm and his right leg appear to be more human, but he's got a large hunch and a bunch of gear packed onto his back. And Rahadin gestures and goes, "This is Cyrus. He will be our chef for this evening." And Cyrus, "Yes, chef, I'd be welcome guests. Are you excited for dinner?"
I'll be honest, I was more excited before.
"Don't worry, I'm a very good cook. I'm very excited to be putting out such a wondrous spread for guests."
I have to agree with you here on that one, and definitely less exciting now.
Rahadin shuts the doors behind you guys. And as you're conversing with Cyrus, and then begins to walk down the hallway, you guys can see as you kind of take in the space that this whole entryway is filled with torchlight, and you can hear the distant organ music kind of coming down from what appears to be your right. Here we are. Cobwebs stretch between the columns that support the vaulted ceiling of a great dusty hall, dimly lit by sputtering torches and iron sconces. The torches cast odd shadows across the faces of 8 stone gargoyles squatting motionlessly on the rim of the domed ceiling. Crack and faded ceiling frescoes are covered by decay. Double doors of bronze stand closed to the east, and to the north a wide staircase climbs into darkness. A lit hallway to the south contains another set of bronze doors through which you hear sad and majestic organ tones. Rahadin heads down south towards the bronze doors and says, "If you'll follow me, I'll show you to the dining room."
The
Okay.
man has a personal valet and a personal chef, but apparently no housekeeper.
Does feel rather odd, actually.
Cyrus also trundles along with you guys. And the two of them head on south towards these doors. Oh,
As sorry, my Discord froze for a sec when you were doing the description. Does Cyrus seem different than Malice last saw?
he would be bigger and older. As far as his traits, he seems more beast-like than you remember, and the foot definitely stands out more than you remember. But also, this would not be uncommon for the mongrel folk that you're accustomed to, and so this would not be unusual.
Okay.
But you would be able to at least make the connection from his face.
Okay. She just looks sad then.
But Rahadin gestures you all down the hall and brings you to an open door through which you can see kind of a lit burning fireplace and a large ornate table covered with plates and fine silverware, and 9 chairs with one particularly large chair down at the end, and then a
9?
giant organ set at the other end of the room that appears to be playing itself. 3 enormous crystal chandeliers brilliantly illuminate the magnificent chamber. Pillars of stone stand against dull white marble walls supporting the ceiling. In the center of the room, a long, heavy table is covered with a white satin cloth. The table is laden with many delectable... No, the table is laden with plates and silverware and fine china and glassware. Places are set for each of you with delicate china and silver, and at each place is a crystal goblet waiting to be filled. At the center of the far west wall, between floor-to-ceiling mirrors, stands this massive organ, and its pipes blare out melody that seems, in its tone, to carry a sort of greatness and despair, kind of haunting over the hall. But the chair in front of the organ stands empty, and the fireplace stands roaring to the south. There's one woman standing off to the right who seems gaunt and white pallid despite the yellow lighting of the fireplace. And she seems to be kind of setting the table and getting it prepared. And as you enter, she kind of bows away from the table. But Rahadin gestures you all inside and opens his arms. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was. Is that a 10-foot turkey?
It is 2 squares.
It's a very large.
That's massive. Holy shit.
Giant turkeys.
Admittedly, as of right now, narrative-wise, there is no food on the table. But
Not a turkey, it's Morgantha.
Oh shit!
Oh no!
Oh, shit!
But Rahadin comes in and gestures at the table and says, "I bid you have a seat. My master will join you shortly. In the meantime, we'll be serving hors d'oeuvres to get us started. I see that you have already come dressed, so no need to prepare further."
Are you dining with us, Rahadin? There's an empty chair. There's an extra chair.
Unfortunately, I will not be dining with you. But the master made sure to make accommodations for all of our guests. And as he says that, real quick, I'm going to have Cyrus is going to kind of stand in the doorway at first while everyone heads in. And then I'll let everyone seat themselves wherever they'd like.
Mm-hmm.
And Rahadin was kind of standing over the table while observing.
Rahadin.
I go over and I whisper at Alistair and I say, do you think it's a good idea for you to sit here? This close Strahd?
Absolutely not. But I would like to be across from Irina, who probably will sit right next to him.
Okay.
Speaking of, where did Irina go? I lost Irina. Oh, she's
Out
still way
from
up in
under
the-
our noses, she's
Already
gone.
stolen.
Suckers!
So Irina does make a move to go sit across the table. Rahadin actually comes forward to you, Alistair, and says,
Yep.
I apologize. You have actually managed to choose the one seat at the table besides the masters that is reserved. I would ask that you choose another seat, if you do not mind.
I do mind. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Sure.
I've been moved.
I just adjusted you onto your chair.
Thank you. I didn't notice that until.
Hold shift.
Yep.
Thank you. Also, I thought you changed the thing so that it doesn't.
It doesn't what?
That's cool.
That it doesn't. I can't do shift.
You
Shift
you
doesn't
have to go drag, and then while you're dragging, hit shift and then let go.
So okay.
It's a late addition.
Thank you. But I thought you did the thing where it doesn't zoom in when we chat.
I thought I did. Well, it's an individual setting, so you can set it yourself.
Oh, okay.
I
Cool,
turned
cool,
it
cool.
off for viewing purposes.
Cool.
Which puts a Doomby here. All right. So as everyone sits, Rahadin says, "My master will be with you shortly. We will be serving hors d'oeuvres in the meantime to keep you entertained." And so he goes to step out, and Cyrus ducks out, and the door shuts behind them. The woman heads for the door, and you guys have a brief moment where you guys are alone in the room.
Kind of just look at each other. So,
Surprise guest.
big turkey.
He's not there.
Yeah, there's no food on the table.
You're right.
Oh, are there any windows in here?
Is there a plate?
There are yes, the entire table is set with silverware and plateware and glassware. And you can see that there's like a couple little serving dishes of sauces and things on the table, but otherwise, as of now, there's no food on the table.
Is there a giant turkey-sized plate?
No, that is not there yet.
Okay.
And no, there are no windows in this room.
I've never seen so much opulence in one room. How wealthy do you think he is?
He is the land.
He's been here for hundreds of years, so. I mean, even earning a little bit every year. Can't imagine.
I mean, I imagine that you must be to get that wealthy, you must be a little bit conceited, right?
Well, especially when your people are suffering.
As you guys are chatting, 4 women enter the room.
Damn, who's this one on the bottom? God.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
All carrying small plates of little finger sandwiches, and
Well, like
maybe-
their fingers?
no, they're actual. They're so they all come carrying little plates, and they start handing them out and to anyone who's interested, bring them around, and
Just severed limbs between bread.
Bring it around.
We don't know. It's Strahd.
Why are their names hidden? I hate this.
Rahadin enters and as the women are passing out the food, and so on closer inspection, they are brie and pear sandwiches, and they seem to be marinated with an almond. They have almond stuffed olives and truffled mushroom tartlets, all on a little plate.
On, man. I haven't eaten lunch yet.
Oh, why did you come to a dinner without having lunch?
And so they're passing out these little sandwiches to anyone who would have them, and they're spreading around the table. Rahadin enters as the food's being passed out and says, I must apologize. My master is running just on a slight delay. He was unsure of when our arrival would occur, so indulge us this slight inconvenience of waiting as he prepares himself for dinner.
I think that's all right. We did not really nail down a time, more as a general darkness, I suppose.
He will be down momentarily, but in the meantime, enjoy the hors d'oeuvres. So they kind of spread out, and the women are passing out these sandwiches. I'll ping which one I'm referring to as Rahadin steps back out. But so the tallest and most elegant and seemingly the most elderly of the new women who have entered is this woman who is serving sandwiches to Sten and Mim. And she's got this long ebony hair and is wearing this fine golden dress. And she carries herself with a very proper regal air as she kind of gestures with the plate and hands things down. Whereas the woman that is serving Mal and also kind of casting glances at Adunbi has this long black hair and this very ivory skin. And she's got very dark lipstick on, and she seems to almost flow and sway across the floor and have these very like flowy like elaborate gestures.
And actually have red eyes.
She does, and she's kind of giggling to herself, and in between like gesturing with the plate, Mal and Adunbi specifically, just because you guys are the closest, and I guess Mim too, roll me a perception check.
Yeah.
Sick. I'll check. Here we go.
My dice are not good today. I need to change.
Natural 20. Nice job, Malice. Nice job.
Damn.
So Mim, you're distracted with the other woman, but both Adumbi and Malice, you notice that as she's kind of like flowing, she will look over her shoulder, and wispy shapes seem to almost form into ghost faces next to her, and she like whispers to them coyly and seems to be casting eyes at Adunbi almost flirtatiously. Before the faces kind of wisp away, and she continues about her way. And she, this other woman near Adunbi and Alistair is shorter and appears to be physically younger than the other women. But she is wearing a mask that covers her face from the nose up. That is a skull with horns curling through her black hair. And she's got braids that go along the sides that seem to kind of hang on either side of the face, and she's moving very stiffly and seems uncomfortable with the situation, and is saying almost nothing to any of you, whereas the first woman that you saw is dressed in a I didn't do dresses. The woman down on the bottom with the red eyes is in this dark black and like maroon red dress with the red as popping accents, and it's this very elegant, flowy, attention-seeking dress, whereas the girl in the black bone mask is wearing a bone necklace and a kind of dirty and tucked poofy yellow dress, but it seems almost disheveled, and it's bunched in weird ways that almost suggest that either things are hiding there or she's trying to like hide the fact that maybe it's ripped or stained. Seems a lot less comfortable in formal wear than the other two. Whereas the woman that is next to Andar and Irina is much more humble clothing. It appears to be almost a straight linen, slightly dirtied dress. And her hair is clumped back in a very like utilitarian bun, kind of frazzled. And she is being very, very stiff, very quiet. Doesn't seem as much uncomfortable as intentionally not speaking or saying anything, and being more dutiful in her approach. But as everyone's serving finger food, the one on the south kind of comes over, and after offering sandwiches to Mal, which Mal, would you take any sandwiches from her or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
You'll politely decline. She kind of barely is paying attention, looks over at Doomby and comes over and goes, "Well, hi there. What and who might you be?"
And as soon as he speaks, the Doomby goes, my name is Doomby, and you are?
My name's Strahd Von Zarovich. I must say, the fact that your chest is so brazenly bared, I've never seen anything like it. You've got me all up in a tizzy.
Oh, I'm sure that I'm not the first person to get you up in a tiffy.
Tell me, do you bite? And she kind of like,
yes,
you see her tongue kind of curl over a fang.
Yes, I actually do bite.
Oh.
And I'm surprised that you knew.
She kind of leans over the table and like seems to like stick her chest out slightly. Might I offer you an hors d'oeuvre?
Oh, sorry. I'm not at all interested.
Don't worry, that might be adjusted later. And she kind of swirls away and kind of flicks her hair, and you almost catch like this waft of this really rich kind of floral perfume.
Patchouli.
But she swishes away, and you see her kind of whisper off, and one of the faces kind of forms next to her, and she kind of like giggles to herself. Is anyone accepting hors d'oeuvres from any of the women? All right.
Yeah.
So
Mim's
Sten,
like-
Andar,
Sorry.
Mim, and Alistair all take they're fine little sandwiches, and they're clearly fresh. The bread is soft. But go ahead, Mim.
She's like putting a couple on her plate, and then looks at Mal, and Mal didn't take any, and then she puts one back.
Actually, when you attempt to put one back, the woman kind of like puts her hand in front of the plate, says, "I'm sorry, but you've already touched that sandwich. I do believe that it's yours now."
We do believe in
gotta
proper
sleep.
hygiene here.
No takesy backsies.
Sorry.
Okay.
I assure you, if you are not hungry, you can leave it on the plate. It will be addressed later.
Thank you.
She kind of like half smiles at you. Otherwise,
Mal,
go ahead.
Mal will lean over to Mim and say, "Can I have one of yours? My waitress was covered in shadow goo."
I give Mal two.
She's like, "Thank you."
Oh, thank God.
Thank God.
It's so unclean and unhygienic. Jesus.
How would you, if your waitress had fucking shadow demons fucking on her shoulder?
I'm not. Look, I am not judging you. I think perfectly hygienic what you're doing. So.
So after offering sandwiches, the women will take the platters and move away and exit through the hall.
Easy.
As they're going, can I ask the one that served us? Wait, we didn't get your name. Oh no, we did. You did say their names, didn't you?
I only said the one who introduced herself to a Doonbee.
Right. Yeah. Okay. We didn't get your names.
So you're asking this one, to be fair, right here.
Hold on, I'm not. Yes.
As
But
she's walking away.
I did say we didn't get your names, plural.
Oh, okay.
But I was looking.
She pauses and she turns and she says, "Apologies. My name is Ludmila Vilesevec."
Spit out my sandwich.
She gestures to the woman with the dark hair and says, "That is Anastraya Corella." Oh, hold on, I have to make sure I pronounce her name
Is
right.
there going to be
please.
a print up later for the
We need to
spellings?
put
The
our
names are
shit.
tough. Also, where did she go? I think I just accidentally vanished Anastraya.
Her?
You
Oh,
killed
there
her.
she went under Rahadin for me. That is Anastraya Karelova, and the one with the mask is named Volenta Popovsky. and then Helga, the maid.
Then Helga.
Thank you.
Oh, so there is a maid.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We're here to serve. And she poises herself and struts out of the room.
I would have rather preferred not to learn the name, actually. Now that I've learned it.
What's that?
Did you catch the name of the lady who served Mim and I?
Yes, actually, I did.
I don't know how common of a name it is, but she's kind of the reason that Vallaki fell apart.
Oh, really?
Oh, was Adumbi with us at that point?
Mhm.
Well, I've already talked about it again with
That's true, yeah.
with Mal.
I
And
just
yes,
didn't
Adumi was there for all that.
know. Okay.
Adunbi has been with you since before you guys went to the windmill the first time.
You're right.
I've been here for a while.
Most of the game.
Yeah. Except, for the most important guy. I'm just joking. K9! He's still with us in our hearts. And our pockets. Oh, one of our pockets.
One of our pockets.
Oh.
Yeah, what happened? Oh,
Oh my
Did you
God.
close sirens?
Strahd's here!
I didn't. Did it stop?
It just like,
it force quit, yeah.
and then it started up again.
Oh, weird.
Uh,
I
damn
switched
it, I thought-
sound scenes.
I thought that was just like Strahd entering.
No.
God damn it.
This is just the organ that's playing while you guys are chatting and eating.
Okay.
Can I enter the bathroom real quick before Strahd gets here?
Yeah, I think let's
actually was gonna
take
say
a
the same
let's take
thing. Holy
a
fuck.
brief bathroom break. This will be a good stopping point for you have your hors d'oeuvres. You have met some of the house staff, and we will continue shortly.
Continue shortly.
We're gonna die!
So, you guys are eating. You have a few moments to yourselves as you're discussing the bombshell that is the fact that the Ludmila you've been looking for is one of your waitresses. And as you are discussing, the women work their way back. Where is So, they work their way back in, led by Cyrus, who... Oh, can I get them all through? Doors. Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Cyrus hobbles in, and they all come in with steaming bowls of soup and begin to set forth the bowls of soup in front of each of you. And Cyrus,
welcome to the soup. Salad will be served shortly. The soup is a smoked pork soup a la Ardial. I hope you enjoy. I worked very hard on it. I put in plenty of spices and plants and vegetables, and it is a very hearty soup. I hope that you enjoy.
and the women file to the same sides of the table, serving out soup to anyone interested. You guys notice both between the first and the second courses that the plates themselves and the actual servingware is all very fine but very faded. Everything seems to be old, heavily used, and polished but worn in such a way that they don't have the same luster or shine as they should.
And it's real silver?
It is real silver. It's china. It's like faded brass and copper. Like everything is very elegant, but they all have this slight wear to them that seems to pervade the space as well. Everything seems to be slightly faded, as if the glory days have passed, and this is what's left, reminiscent of days gone by. But they go and they lay out a bowl of soup for everyone. Who is taking soup?
What kind of soup is it again?
It is a pork soup. A smoked pork soup a la, I don't know how to say this word, but Ardeal. Ardeal?
Is it a more of a runny soup or a creamy soup?
It's a very thick, it's almost like a stew.
All right, I'll take it.
Oh, it's Romanian.
You're not a vegetarian?
That doesn't surprise me.
I'm not vegetarian? Of course
Yeah.
not.
So I saw a Doonby,
Goes around,
Alistair,
comes around,
Mal take soup. Who else took soup? Andar took soup.
Mim.
Mim took soup. So Stan's the only one declining soup.
Yeah, it's got meat in it.
That's true. So as they kind of pass around the soup, Stan politely declines. Ludmila doesn't seem to balk at the fact that he declines. But the soup seems to have like a that kind of wispy kind of steam coming off the top, and it smells this hearty, thick, full scent to it. You can see chunks of potatoes and carrots and celery floating in it, and then chunks of this dark meat. And Cyrus kind of eagerly looks on. Enjoy the soup. The next course will be out shortly, and heads on out.
Is the soup good?
The soup tastes very thick and rich. It doesn't seem to be as full-bodied as you'd expect it to be from the looks of it. There is kind of the flavors are more faint than you'd expect. But it is good. As far as Barovian food goes and the food that you've had in the last week, it is very good. As far as like what you'd expect a standard stew to be, it is lighter fare than you'd expect, to your surprise.
It's pronounced Ardell, by the way.
Ardell, thank you.
Ardell. Yep.
Ardell.
Adele?
Yep, Ardell.
Oh,
With an
God, we
L.
have Adele here?
I know, Adele's here, I think.
I imagine it having a taste similar, like, but a little bit lacking to Joseph's pot roast from Thanksgiving.
Definitely lacking.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, nothing
feels like
nothing
it
can
did.
ever be that close. It was so good. Sorry. Anyway.
I'm gonna look at the silverware a little taken aback and try to cast Prestidigitation to clean them at least a little bit more visually.
So you cast Prestidigitation, and you manage with magic to make it sparkle a little bit more. But even with Prestidigitation, you aren't able to get rid of the wear marks, because the wear marks are actually just timed damage. You've basically managed to polish what's capable of being polished to a more lustrous shine.
Wait, they're wereforks?
And so you're unable to actually repair the fork, but you do manage to make it slightly more shiny than it was. But even then, it's less that it hasn't been attempted to be polished. It's more just the capability of which it can be polished to is lesser than what it used to be.
Yeah. I knew that was a long shot. I guess this will do.
Irina is at the end of the table, sitting very stiffly, very properly using her spoon and kind of taking small bites of the stew. You see she's nibbled at the finger sandwich, but seems to she has that kind of white knuckled tension that she does when she's uncomfortable that you guys have become accustomed to.
Yeah.
So, quick question. They didn't scoff at the weapon at my side or anything like that?
No one has.
Mel's.
Wow.
Alright.
No one has taken any notice of your weapons. No one's referenced them. No one's mentioned them. It's pretty evident that they've noticed them, but no one's asked for anything
They don't give a fuck.
Also, I
said
presume
try,
that like
bitch.
I presume that your axe, Mal, is like leaning against your chair or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. All right. Anything that you guys want to discuss during the stew section, or do we move on to the next course?
Well, Strahd's gonna miss the whole dinner.
It's kind of crazy. Very rude.
I have to say, this will be the first time I've been stood up.
I have
First
to
time
wonder.
ever.
I have to wonder what's taking him so long.
Well, who this extra seat is for?
You wouldn't.
I have to imagine he'll show up eventually, right? You wouldn't.
Perhaps he had business elsewhere.
He's probably watching us through the walls.
I'm actually. Who do you think the last seat is for?
I don't know.
There's obviously 9 seats, and I mean, I guess that he just has a conveniently shaped table, but I assume that a man with his capabilities could have had any number of seating that he chose to.
There also used to be one more of us, but you would think he'd know.
But also, it's specifically placed on his right side, so maybe like it's got to be someone important though.
I was asked to move, so probably.
Mal, do you know? Have you heard or seen anything about important people in Strahd's life?
Like relations? I mean, I know he has several wives, but I think that's just normal for noble people.
Ugh.
Andar might know that better than me.
Irina, like in a spoonful of soup, kind of. Apologies.
You okay, Arena?
It's not normal for all nobles.
Maybe an older custom then.
Or just the stuck-up ones.
I guess if you're that old, you probably get bored easily.
Yeah, I mean, reading through books of old lineages, it's like most kingdoms are torn apart because kings have multiple wives and children.
Adumi hits a single note on the organ.
Let me.
Animal Man, we mustn't touch things that aren't ours.
You hear a.
You do this all the time.
When you press the one key. When you press the one key, the organ.
That's the sound that plays.
That's the sound that plays.
That what the fuck?
I didn't think that was
do that.
I hit another key.
All right.
Different one.
We're going through Strahd's soundboard.
A major tune in a big droll house. Wow.
Do you think he actually knows how to play the organ?
So didn't we sure look at him? Doing it right now.
Does this play like literally? I'm just holding down a key and this keeps going.
Dimmy, what was that harpsichord right there? How did you do that?
Dumi just puts up a finger like to like wait while he's like holding down the
Basically, it's playing around you, but every time you hit a note, it tries to adapt to the note that you're playing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, like that one, the piano that we had at the Magic Castle. Is that that kind of thing?
Kind of. It's playing itself, but every time you hit a note, if that note doesn't match what it's doing, it tries to adjust to make that note fit.
Oh,
That makes more sense. I thought it was just he was hitting one key and the
It's
whole
like,
ensemble was
"Ta-da!"
playing.
That would be pretty funny. And Adumi will head back to his seat and take like a glass and like do the chiming thing to try to get someone's attention, like outside of the room, not like
Right.
in the room, but like like a maid or something.
Yeah, so you ding your glass, and Rahadin comes entering in.
Yes, how may I be of service?
I'm sorry to have interrupted what you are doing, but could you let me know how much longer Strahd would be?
Yes, my apologies. The master is on his way, but has been delayed slightly. He should be arriving after the next course, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is salad.
And one last question, if I could be of just a little bit minor of an annoyance. Who is the seats next to our rabbit friend here, Sten?
Ah, the seats to the master's right. I am sure that the master would like to introduce his guest. I would rather not take that pleasure from him.
You know what?
Who it is?
Perfectly understandable. Thank you.
Do you think we could get some beverages while we're waiting?
Yes, do not worry. The beverages will be served with the fish, which is in,
And he kind of thinks for a moment.
2 courses. Salad
Oh, man.
and then fish.
No turkey?
No giant turkey?
Don't worry, there are multiple entrees being served. We have,
And he starts to count on his fingers.
6 courses left before dessert.
Ooh, I hope the
Jesus.
pastries.
The dessert will be partially pastries, yes. Trifles, I
Found
believe,
myself.
are being prepared.
Oh, yeah, I found myself quite addicted to pastries not too long ago.
A common condition in Barovia.
Mistake.
Hey, Rahadin, what's your favorite dessert?
Personally, I'm a pie fan. Rhubarb, particularly.
Scary
man
man
with-
after my own heart.
Rhubarb is so good.
Is there anything else that I might be of service for? Taking the
Thank you,
silence
Roddy.
as a no, I will make my leave.
And he bows low and kind of backs out of the room. And as he does so, you see Helga coming back in, this time alone, with a large tray covered in salads. And Rahadin shuts the door behind, and Helga goes around and starts with Irina and starts serving salad to each of you. The salad is a romaine salad with light olive oil and red wine vinaigrette dressing. As they're kind of passing out the salad real quick. You guys notice the absence of anyone else in the room. Unusual for the kind of seeming order of things that has been occurring during this dinner.
Well,
Is-
did not expect to be waiting this long. I can tell you that.
I do think we have a little bit of that blame, though. We
Do
just
we?
said nightfall.
Yes, but
That I want to stick up for him, but
with all the things that we've been talking about, like omnipresence and knows everything that's going around.
was kind of a long carrot ride.
I'm gonna slide my salad over to Sten. Like, Sten, they appear to have given me your food.
Thank you, Enda.
Mim takes a few bites of the salad, then gets up. I'm assuming this is a fireplace, and then is this like another little fireplace over here?
No, those are kind of curtained. They're curtains that overlook kind of what appear to be paintings of scenery.
I'm over here and observe them.
As you kind of observe, hold on one second. I am trying to multitask poorly. Yeah, so the one of them is appearing to be a painting of the windmill itself. And it appears to be a very, very old painting of the windmill. It's long before the kind of faded, the sort of faded look that you were accustomed to when you found the windmill on the hill in your first encounter, and definitely not as bedraggled as you found it once it was destroyed. Okay. I'm just gonna throw this out there. I am so sick of random Discord friend requests, and also right now, really, right now. But anyway. But yeah, so that's the one to the south.
Think all those bones in the organ are real?
Honestly,
The
I think
bones
so.
the bones seem to be holding up aspects of the organ itself. They seem to be almost part of the architectural build that went into the design of the organ.
It's rather uncomfortable to look at while eating.
I think it's rather nice, actually. I feel like it's very on theme.
I mean, the one on the top is staring at us.
Telling me you don't like to be looked at.
Not by a skeleton.
Skeletons are just people.
I mean, sort of, but...
I mean, think about it this way. I mean, if you knew the skeleton in a past life, we'd think about it differently, right?
If I knew about a skeleton that was on there in a past life, I'd be even more uncomfortable.
What if it was your house and someone that you cared near and dear about, and you wanted them to be forever in your home, parts of your life?
I wouldn't put him in a pile holding up a musical instrument.
I thought you liked musical instruments.
I do. I also respect the fact that they don't belong just staring over a dinner table. I don't know.
I'm just saying that in some cultures this might be a sign of respect. So, food for thought.
I'm gonna mutter something about how it's taking too long and wander around the room.
All right.
What's on this other painting?
The other painting appears to be Yesterhill, but it is not the tiered Yesterhill of which you're familiar that was covered in stones and graves. It appears to be a Yesterhill with a like giant, beautiful oak tree atop of it, and the sides of the hill are a rolling grassy knoll. There's a sun shining down on it, and the forest around it seems to be this lush green. There doesn't appear to be any sort of strange deviltry that you're accustomed to, or any of the kind of druidic markings or behavior that you found before. After Helga's passed out all of the salads, she exits.
Helga's the one that's the maid. Like she's the. Okay.
Helga is the maid, yes.
Mim whispers over to Sten that there are paintings of the windmill in old, pretty Yesterhill.
How weird.
All right.
Why does he care about the windmill?
I don't know, because wasn't the windmill that, who owned what was the name of the family that owned the windmill? Because I got the deed
The
from
Durst
the
family.
The Durst.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Durst family's windmill, right?
Oh, maybe. Indeed.
Indeed. Indubitably.
As you guys sit kind of dining on your salad, actually, hold on, I need to prepare this.
Oh no.
Grab. Real quick, everybody's got the playlist queued up
Mm-hmm.
on your service of choice.
No, I do not.
Go ahead and do that real quick.
I will open it on YouTube. Give me one
That's
second.
fine. No worries.
Okay. I have the first thing ready.
All right, cool. So as you guys are dining on your salads, the organ stops playing and a still silence falls over the room for a moment. And the door opens and reveals a tall, poised man with ivory skin and black flowing hair and a fur cloak hanging off of one shoulder, and his very presence seems to command a sort of regal attention. And he walks into the room, and you see that this man carries a confidence and a sort of all of his mannerisms are in such a way as if he owns everything. He is the reason you are here. He is the cause of this event. He is Strahd Von Zarovich. And as he steps through the door, a figure follows, and you see stepping in behind him the familiar face of Vasily von Holtz.
No!
Oh shit!
Andar will stand up as Strahd enters and then look around confused at everyone who does not.
Irina
Also
also
stand.
stands.
I'll stand.
Oh.
Mal is super distracted, but when everyone starts standing up, she'll like look around and then also stand up.
Very similar to Mal's reaction.
Okay.
Delayed, but eventual.
As everyone stands, Strahd kind of gestures and says, No, do not worry. We are all equals here tonight. Please, take your seats. It is so wonderful to finally meet all of you. I am Strahd Von Zarovich, and I believe you have already made the acquaintance of my friend here. And he gestures to Vasily. And as Vasily kind of half bows, he says, Allow me, and he gestures his hand. And at this point, let me pause the ambient music. And if everybody can hit play on the playlist, I'll count down from 4. But he basically waves his hand, and the organ begins to pipe a blaring tune. 3, 2, 1, play. And he... Oh, shoot. I just went to the wrong screen. He steps around the table and moves to the head of the table, kind of striding by everyone and seeming to kind of gently trace his hand along the heads of each chair that he passes. As Vasily kind of properly walks along the next side and takes a seat next to Sten.
Before he sits down and reach over for a handshake.
To Vasily?
Yeah.
He turns and he graciously shakes your hand. It is a pleasure to see you again, Sten. I hope you have been well.
Does his hand feel like a hand?
It does feel like a hand. Irina, as Strahd moves to sit down, proffers the bouquet. And Strahd seems slightly taken aback. Oh, you brought a gift. How kind of you all, and such a unique one at that. I will be sure to treasure it fondly. And he kind of eyes it. Is my understanding that, like life, this is a wilting gift, yes?
It's on a timer, but I think it's worth watching when it disappears.
I would be obliged to agree. It is ever so lovely to observe the passing of beauty, do you not say? And he rests it gently on the table. We'll keep an eye on it. Please, please, sit. I do believe that the fish should be arriving shortly. And as he says so, the women enter back into the room carrying platters. And start passing out dishes, which hold eels stewed in nutmeg, onion, garlic, anchovy, and port, served atop asparagus. And start passing it around to their respective sections of the table. Helga serves Irina and Andar, whereas Ludmila serves both Sten, Vasily, and Strahd. And Anastraya, actually, when Valenta moves to serve Alistair and Adunbi, she actually kind of shoulders in the way, and Valenta ends up switching sides with Anastraya, and Anastraya serves Adunbi and Alistair, and Anastraya kind of leans in close to Adunbi every opportunity she gets. But after they serve the food, as they serve the food, Strahd kind of gestures and says, I am sure that you have had the opportunity to meet my lovely wives and staff.
They've been most accommodating. Thank you.
I am very, very glad to hear that. Let me propose a toast to you all. What do you say? Shall we drink to celebrate the occasion of our mutual bonding?
I think we need something to drink before we do that.
Wine, definitely wine.
Oh, wine indeed. Rahadin. And Rahadin comes rushing in. Yes, sir. Please, fetch my Zinfandel and Pinot, the finest I have. We must celebrate the occasion. And Rahadin bows.
White wine?
Yes, the Pinot. It is a Pinot Blanc. And Rahadin says, yes, right away, sir. And he bows out and is gone seemingly only a moment before he rushes back in with 2 large bottles of wine. Neither of which seem to bear the seal of the Wizard of Wines. Both of these seem to be some sort of foreign wine. But he goes around the table and he, as the women start to filter from the room after passing out the fish. By the way, is there anyone who denies the fish? I presume Sten.
Yes.
Recognizing the pattern, Ludmila offers to potentially bring asparagus with the eel removed, if you are so interested.
Sure. I won't make a fuss of it.
She exits, and as Rahadin comes back in with the wine, she brings in a steamed plate of asparagus, which seems fairly well seasoned for just being a plate of asparagus. Butter and salt and pepper and what appears to be a little bit of brown sugar in order to bring it some sweetness, and sets a hefty plate to be essentially an equivalent serving to the fish. But as Rahadin is passing around the table, what wine does everyone grab? So the Pinot is a white, and the Zinfandel is a red.
White.
A white or a red?
Yes, a white wine or a red wine. So the
White wines
Zinfandel
are
is
like-
the red, and the Pinot is the white.
White wines are like more sweeter on average, right?
Yes, generally, whites can be either more dry or more sweet.
I'll take the red. I don't know what it's called.
The Zinfandel.
I'll also take that one.
Blood red.
No.
All right.
As will I.
So red for Alistair, Andar, and Adunbi. White for Sten. Mim.
Can I take can I mix them?
Rosé?
You can ask for both, and Rahadin's gonna kind of like balk at it, but he will slowly pour a little bit of the red and then almost painstakingly pour in a little bit of the white and swish it for you, and then like set it down.
Horrified look on my face.
I just like pink better than red and white, don't you?
I feel like that's a fine
No.
choice.
And then Mal,
Hey,
what
no,
wine
not
are you
until
grabbing?
Try it.
She's gonna look at it, and after a lot of hesitation, she's gonna raise up the white.
All right.
Who had red? Who had white?
Alistair, Andar, and Red, and Adunbi. All the A's had red. Everyone else had white except for you, who blended.
And you guys really like sweet things. What the fuck?
Conspiracy.
Which is actually funny because that evenly divides
Yeah.
it down the table. Everyone on the north side of the table ordered red. Everyone on the south side of the table ordered white, except for Vasily, who also ordered the
Literally
Zinfandel.
zero taste.
Did Strahd have any wine or pour any wine or get any wine?
Yes, he definitely pours the red.
Yeah.
So he So as everyone pours the wine, he waits for everyone to get their actual their glasses poured. And he turns to all of you and says, "A toast to our burgeoning friendship, to the journey you have been on to be here, and to the many adventures that await your feet as you travel the many lands that I am sure you hope to see. A toast to this evening."
Sure.
And
No.
he cheers, and Vasily raises up a glass, and Irina raises up a glass, and everyone takes a sip of their wine.
Don't.
You don't drink.
I don't
Do
either.
all of it, but smell it before I drink it.
You're getting very earthy tones, kind of a nutmeg and clove vibe.
And then I'll drink it.
This is the best damn wine you've ever fucking had. He sits down again, and as everyone starts to lean in, he says, "So, tell me. I am so glad to have finally met all of you. It appears that you have been busy here in my region. I'm sure you have many questions. Is there anything that I might be able to answer, or perhaps a tale you would like to regale me with of your time here?
I would personally like to know where you got this wine and how we can get more of it.
It was a gift from the Vistani. They travel the realms and are able to find all sorts of curious things, unfortunately unavailable to us in Barovia. But they hold a special place in my heart. They once did me a great service, and so we have always had a positive relationship, if you would say.
How are they able to travel?
Well, to be honest with you, I allow them to. It is an agreement that I've had with them for many, many years. I owe
But you
their
don't
people a
allow-
great debt.
But you don't allow everybody?
As far-reaching as my powers may be, I am incapable of allowing everyone to pass freely. Luckily, my agreement with the Vistani precedes such limitations. It was set very, very long ago.
Maybe you'll forgive our hastiness. We haven't made introductions yet.
Oh,
You-
introductions, of course.
You say you know us, but
Well, I have
I
heard
don't
a
know
great
that we've
deal.
ever seen you.
That is true. I'm glad you are able to finally join me here. But yes, I know of you. I know of your expeditions, your activities in my land. You are Sten of the Feywild. Am I not correct?
Sure. Little curious how you've come to know that.
He kind of stands and he walks his way over to the fireplace, holding his wine in his hand. You see, Sten, I have ruled Barovia a very long time. There's little that happens here that escapes my attention. And strangers, newcomers to this land, are of particular interest to me. As I said, I have a influence over who is allowed to come here. I may not know everything about them when they arrive, but I assure you I make sure to know as much as I can about them once they do.
Forgive me for asking, but how did you come to Barovia?
I fought my way in. Many, many years ago, I was a general for the Von Zarovich line. I bolstered my father's armies and extended the reach of his empire. I claimed Barovia by conquest, back when it was ruled by... it was known as Sarunos back then. Governed by barbaric people, worshipping old gods of various kinds. And I built this Castle Ravenloft, on what remained of an old fortress before I moved my way in, so to speak, and named the castle after my mother. After I claimed the land, I was growing older in age, and I decided that it might be a good place to settle, a good place to keep an eye on, since I had extended the region that my father ruled. And my father was also growing into aging years. I invited my mother to come to the castle, but unfortunately she perished on her way here, and so the only one to arrive was my younger brother, Sergei. This was many years ago.
Do I feel like he's telling me the whole, do I feel like he's purposely, skirting around the meaning of my question? Or do I feel like he's just being 100%,
Roll me an insight check.
truthful or forthcoming?
Dang.
That's a 31, my friend.
He doesn't appear to be dodging the question. He seems very comfortable with the information. And from what you've read of him, or heard of him, it all seems to add up. And as far as you're aware, you'd have no reason to lie to you.
Gotcha. Because I was trying to basically ask, since like,
Terrible fate. What happened with Sergei?
He, hold on real quick. Did you have more to say, Hewitt?
Yeah, because I figured that, like, I guess I don't really know that how most people came to this place, right? I don't know if a lot of people came to Barovia through like the same means that most of us did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, he's basically saying that he originally came to Barovia with an army and conquered it, and has been here since.
Yeah.
Is the long and short of that answer.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Sten, so you say a terrible fate. What happened to Sergei? He kind of turns to you and raises an eyebrow. I would tend to agree. Very unfortunate circumstance. I am surprised you know of this event.
Well, any man who falls from one hit kind of sticks in your mind.
One hit? And wheresoever did you hear this?
Vasily.
Strahd turns to Vasily, and Vasily turns to Strahd. And Vasily turns to you, and it's like, pardon me, but I don't remember ever regaling the tale of Sergei to you.
Oh, but you gave me the story of Sergei. Same thing.
Strahd seems to raise both eyebrows. The old bard's tale is what you are referring to.
Sure,
I
it's weird,
understand.
Vasily. I saw you reading that book non-stop. It's weird you wouldn't remember that.
Vasily kind of shrugs. Well, yes, I was reading the book, but I'm sorry, I misunderstood as if I thought you said I had told you said tale. But that's clearly my misunderstanding. And Strahd kind of like slowly strides back over to his seat. Then let me assure you that although there are elements of truth to that bard's tale, there are many elements that are greatly exaggerated. If you would like, I'd be happy to tell you the true story of what happened.
Interesting. So you're saying that Van Richten's summary of that was correct then?
The book to which you refer is Van Richten's own penmanship, but the story to which you refer is not Van Richten's version. It is the version of the bard, who gave it to him.
Van Richten kind of summarized that Gregory had to be lying.
Lying
That
is a
you-
strong word, but embellishment, I would deem more accurate. As I said, there are elements of truth to the bard's tale. And there are elements that are dramatized, as I'm sure you are familiar with bards doing. Being a bard yourself is clearly... They are known for bending the facts a little bit in order to make the story more intriguing. My
I
Honest
suppose
Straya
it-
does the same time to time.
Well, I don't know that all of my friends know the story. If you would.
Of course. He kind of walks back to the fireplace and kind of seems to stare into the embers a little bit and pauses for a moment. The tale of Sergei is a tragic one. You see, I killed my brother. By no intent, of course. It was a fit of rage, a fit of passion brought upon by a woman. But perhaps I should start at the beginning. And he kind of turns back and begins pacing around the table, swirling his wine. When I came to this land, as I said, I was beginning to reach a more venerable age than befits a general of an army. I was becoming less fit to serve on the front lines with my troops and inspire them with my presence. And so I was beginning to think about settling down. And there was a woman. A native-born Barovian woman. The most beautiful woman I had ever seen. She was the sound of leaves on the wind, the feeling of sunlight on your face. Her voice was like a melody that I had been longing to hear my entire life. Her name was Tatiana. And her soul seemed to be a light with a fire that seemed to radiate from her and cascade down her shoulders in long auburn curls. And I knew the minute I set eyes upon this woman that I would never truly be satisfied until I made her my bride, but unfortunately, her attention was not my own. Her attention belonged to my brother, a man of the church, you see, as I had been raised to learn tactics, to learn warfare, to learn strategy, to further my father's empire through conquest and battle, and extend its reach far beyond its previous limits. My brother had been taught the way of the clergy in order to promote religion amongst the Von Zarovich line and lands. Tatiana saw something in Sergei that I seemed not to possess in her eyes, and no matter what I did, it seemed that she had settled on him. And at first I made peace with this fact. I thought, perhaps it'll be enough to have her in my life, to have her present in the castle with my brother, to see her happy. But as time wore on, and as we got closer and closer to their eventual bonding in marriage, a jealousy formed within me, a deep, rising anger and resentment that I struggled to control. And so I went to speak to Sergei the day of their wedding, begged him to call the wedding off, begged him as my brother, as someone who loved him, and as one who loved me, to let this go, to put it behind him, to allow us both to live in this land and find other opportunities for ourselves. And he refused. He laughed at me, laughed in my face even, spit on the ground, said how dare I desecrate his holy day, the day of his matrimony. I cried before him. I said, please, Sergei, I will do anything. And Sergei drew his sword and said, all right, as a man of honor, we shall do for her affection. If I am to win, you allow the wedding to proceed uninhibited. And if you are to win, I will allow Tatiana to walk free, and we will go about our lives. For we both knew that regardless of me winning, I would not necessarily earn her affection. And so we drew blades. And we dueled for almost a full hour. We exchanged blows, metal clanging through the castle, sweat pouring down our brows. But in the moment, my anger and my jealousy began to cloud my judgment, and my experience as a general and as a warrior and as a soldier began to take hold, and my movements became practiced, my emotions, muscle memory. it was too late that I realized I was no longer sparring, but I was fighting to the death. And as my blade struck down my brother, I realized what I'd done. As he lied, bleeding before me, I cried out in pain and woe. The guards heard my cries and came to investigate, and found my brother lying, bleeding in my arms. They believed that I had murdered him intentionally. They turned their bows upon me, so I fled. And as I made my flight from the castle, as I worked my way toward the exit, I found Tatiana in the gardens. She had heard the cries and the commotion, and she asked what had happened, and I didn't have in my heart to tell her the truth. I told her that Sergei was dead. And I promised her that everything would be okay. But the look of grief in her eyes, the tears that welled up, the deep sorrow that coated her face. She turned and she ran from me, and I chased her. I cried, "Tatiana, no, please wait. I promise we will find a way to make this right. We will find a way to make everything okay." And perhaps I have thought many years about that day. I have thought many years about that chase. Perhaps my anger and my grief manifested in such a way that frightened her. Perhaps she thought I lying. Perhaps a guard had already told her what had occurred. I, to this day, do not know why she ran. But I chased her and watched as she flung herself from the balcony of Castle Ravenloft into the mist below, and heard the distant crunch of her bones on the stones. It is then that I wept. It is then the gods found me. And it is then that the fog swept into Barovia. "You see, my friends," he says as he reaches his seat and kind of stands over the back of the chair and looks upon all of you. "Barovia is a cursed land, and it is cursed because of my mistakes, because of my actions, because I was unable to control myself all those years ago. And for years and years I have sought to end this curse and to free my people, to return things to the way they once were. And I see only one way to do so. But despite all of my efforts and all of these years, I have yet to succeed. But I am hoping." He sits and he swirls the wine. "I am hoping that is soon to change."
Very curious, if I may inquire. Where did the Vistani come into that story?
The Vistani were not involved in that story. The Vistani are another tale.
But you said they had a deal.
Correct. You see, the Vistani rescued me during my invasion years prior. I was gravely wounded in a battle. I would have perished. These were back in my mortal days, you understand. When my heart beat and I watched the passing of the sun like a normal man. And during a battle with the local barbarians and druidic peoples of Serunos, I was gravely wounded, bleeding. Most of my soldiers in the unit that I had been stationed with, that I had commanded to assault with me, had been killed or captured, and I was left bleeding in the forest.
The Vistani found me, nursed me back to health, and I swore to them that as long as I ruled in Barovia, I would owe them a life debt. I would grant them free passage in my realm and provide them accommodations that befit their service and their favor to me.
How curious about the fog of Barovia. So accommodating to those words.
The dark powers are funny. They seem to find humor in strange places. But enough about me. I'd love to hear about you. You are my guests. You have come to this castle. What brings you to my realm? What do you hope to find here?
Well, ma'am.
The fog brought us to this realm.
As it does with many adventurers.
I wouldn't have chosen to come here if I could choose.
Do you not find my land accommodating? Is it not to your liking?
I just miss my home. A little bit. I've made really good friends, though.
What is your home like, Mim of the Feywild?
It's, in a tree. And it's nice. And very quiet. And very pretty. And the sunshine. Which it doesn't really do here. Is there a... Never mind.
If you have a question, I bid you ask it. I am here.
I just miss the sun.
He kind of looks into his wine. I also missed the sun for a very long time. He
Did you
turns.
happen to know?
Oh, go
Did you
ahead.
happen to know anything about the fog that Miss Mim here was talking about?
Yes, the mists.
Mm-hmm.
They are the barrier between Barovia and all outside realms. They separate this place. They are my punishment, you could say.
Why is your punishment shared with your people?
That is a good question. And one that I admit I do not know the full extent of the answer to. As I said, the dark powers are funny beings. They find humor in strange ways, but it would appear that as lord of this land and conqueror of its region, they saw fit to take my domain and make it a prison. They somehow thought that fitting, that I had claimed what I thought to be home, and then to lock me inside it.
And if it's a prison, how do you control and let people like the Vistani leave it?
You see, you misunderstand. As I said, I have limited influence. The Vistani can come and go as they please, but they are the only ones capable of doing so. And when it comes to new arrivals, I am merely capable of opening the door. I do not choose who knocks, and I am not allowed to exit.
You keep saying realm. Do you mean realm as in an area of land, or realm as in the Feywild is a realm?
You act as if these things are mutually exclusive.
How do you mean?
Barovia once began as a realm, as in a region of land, a valley, surrounded by mountains, connected to many other similar regions of land. But the fogs have ensured that that is no longer the case. We are separate, we are distinct, we are nothing but Barovia.
So, Barovia, checking my understanding, is almost a different plane of existence.
It might as well be.
So why do you take people from their homes to put them in Barovia?
As I said, I do not choose who knocks upon my door. I did not pluck you from your existences.
But you said that you opened the door.
Correct. Once you have found your way into the fog, I am the one who allows you through. But I did not put you in the fog. Perhaps the fog found you for some purpose of the dark powers. Perhaps you found your way to the fog because you sought something in Barovia. These are answers that only you can answer.
When I insider checked him earlier, do I believe him that he like doesn't have any, like when he said he doesn't have any control, does that extend to this, or is it like something separate?
You would have to re-roll.
Okay.
Can I also roll insight when he was describing the battle between his brother? Because that just sounds like the battle between the brother.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sounds like the battle between what?
So specifically, Doonby's rolling about his description of who he selects or doesn't select. Sten is rolling about the battle.
Could I actually join in on that roll, but separately?
Which one?
The Sten's.
The battle, yes.
I wanted to roll insight on the battle, yeah.
All right.
23 for the mists.
So from his description of the mist, he does have a playful air about him that it seems like he might be slightly twisting the truth, but it doesn't appear as outright lying.
I imagine that he that's mostly what he does, is twist the truth. So
he his description that the mists have an element of control that he does not, and that he only has limited control.
He's insinuating that he doesn't actually, like, that it's the people's choice that they find a way to a different realm, and not like him literally taking people.
Basically, you can tell that he's being playful and intentionally obfuscating how you get to the mists, but his description of getting through the mists seems to lose that playfulness. He seems to be more formal in regards to his role in allowing passage. As for Sten and Mal, with a 14, he does appear genuinely somber and regretful. And the details that he describes seem self-assured and similar to how when somebody's recounting a tale and their mannerisms, you can tell that their mannerisms kind of indicate whether or not they're truly remembering something or not. They do seem to... He seems convincing.
Is he looking up and to the left?
He seems convincing, but you're unsure if he's telling the truth entirely or if it's partial truth or... but his tale seems convincing.
Okay.
So, just checking my understanding, these mists and dark... you said dark powers? They're separate from you.
Oh, very. You see, the dark powers are the reason for this curse, this punishment of mine. I am merely a plaything in their chessboard. I do not decide what happens around me. I merely decide what happens within Barovia. And as for your presence, perhaps I did bring you. Maybe I brought you to make you my playthings. Perhaps you are merely the last in a long line of sordid fortune seekers brought here to amuse me. Children have their dolls, men their womenfolk, their wine, their games of chance. Perhaps I have you. Or perhaps not. Perhaps you brought yourselves here by the force of your yearnings, for there is something of, or someone each of you might want in Barovia. You must not underestimate the power of desire as I did. It has built empires, slain invincible kings. It can shape the world around you and the world you inhabit. Let me rest you assured of that. Or perhaps there's no reason at all. There's nothing wrong with a mystery.
You'll learn that in time. I will say no more on the subject. Let us discuss something else.
You're right. Sorry to sour the dinner. How did you and Vasily meet?
Vasily is a cousin of mine. He is one of the few lasting remnants of the Zarovich Empire, although not a direct descendant. No claim to the throne. And he kind of side-eyes Vasily.
But cousin.
Can I insight check that?
Yeah.
Oh, not good. That's at disadvantage. That's 5.
I don't believe him at all.
You have no reason not to believe him. Alistair
I do,
specifically.
Oh.
But Stan, you were saying.
Excuse me for interrupting so quickly. But, I'm so sorry. I forget your station. And looking at Strahd.
My station.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of grimly smiles. I sure hope you do not forget my station again. But, for once, as a new person to my land, I will enlighten you. I am Count.
Count Von Zarovich? I've heard tales that you've been around for quite a while. Long so that I don't believe Vasily could be your cousin. Could you make some sense of that for me?
Of course. Vasily suffers from the same affliction that I do.
Longing?
Perhaps. He kind of smiles. As you guys are having this discussion, the women come back in and are carrying plates of roast lamb with apricots, whereas Ludmila specifically has a plate absent lamb, just with apricots, and she also has, it appears, specially diced some carrots, with the same kind of salt, pepper, and brown sugar coating, and then also provided some leeks and a few celery sticks on a plate for Sten.
I'm not going to eat the carrots. How insulting.
But they begin to pass out the food. And at this point, the meat is starting to smell very savory. The table is filling more and more with food as each course comes through.
I'm just kind of sitting there. I'm not really eating anything. Just chilling.
All right. Do you decline the plate or do you just take it and not eat it?
I take it at night. I don't eat it.
Okay. So they come in, they file, they bring all the food. Strahd barely pays any attention to them. As they're serving, though, he does kind of lean towards Irina. Let me just say that the necklace looks lovely, and it brings me great joy that you chose to wear it this evening. And Irina kind of blushes, it was very gracious of you to invite you to your home and allow us to join you for dinner. I didn't mean to do that. But
That's pretty menacing looking.
I was just trying to straighten him on his chair.
As he straightens.
But so after the plates are passed out, he turns and says, "But again, enough of me. I have told you much of myself. You must tell me more of you, your lands, your histories, your adventures. I would love to hear about it from the horse's mouth, so to speak." And he kind of turns to the left side of the table as Sten's done most of the talking.
Andar, it is correct. Andar, light wood? Light, remind me.
With just a mouth full of food, I'll be like, swallow it real quick. Yeah, Lightwood, yes.
Yes. Mr. Lightwood. Tell me.
Sorry.
Tell me. What brought you here? Tell me of your homeland. Tell me of your interests. It has been a long time since I've seen such a learned studier of the arcane.
Well, not much to tell, I'm afraid. I got taken from my home, very similar to everyone here, and just kind of woke up in your realm.
Well, I apologize for your seemingly forceful removal, but I am so glad that you were able to find your way here. And tell
If I
me...
could get a little bit more of this wine, I'd also be glad that I found my way here.
Of course. And he gestures, and Rahadin comes waltzing back in, pouring the wine. And he says, so tell me of your studies. What brought you to the study of arcane, the mysteries of the magical arts?
Well, I'm a little embarrassed to say I was kind of forced into it. My mother's a professor, and kind of how I grew up. I don't know much else.
Oh, how unfortunate. As a studier of the arcane myself, I was hoping that we might share some sort of mutual passion, but I see that your interest is a feigned one.
It's developing. I had to get over the resentment for not being able to do as I would like. But I'm finding an appreciation for it.
Of course. Well, here's hoping that your appreciation grows as you delve further and further into their studies. You can find some very fascinating things deep in the tomes of the arcane. I have also heard that you have discovered certain new capabilities since your arrival here. Congratulations on your achievement.
I'm sorry.
I have heard word of explosive activity to the northwest. I presume that is your doing.
Oh. Certainly not.
Oh. My apologies. He kind of smiles. And Alistair.
Yes.
I am so sorry to hear of your fate within my realm. It seems that you have had quite the time here.
Yeah, you could say I've had a bit of a brush up, and I'll look at Vasily.
He kind of like looks at you, looks at Vasily, looks at you. I'm very sorry that you have dealt with suffering within my realm. Perhaps I might be of some sort of service. I will ponder how I might be able to assist you. After all, I wouldn't want you to suffer in my realm. I would love to leave you with good memories of your time here, however it may end.
Memories are a good commodity.
He kind of like, they are, aren't they? And he kind of like tilts his head at you.
Yep, figured.
And, well, we're on the subject. I'd be curious, if you were to say that you've learned something in Barovia. Granted, I know that your time here has been short, but if you were to say that there is one takeaway that you've gained by your presence here, I would love to know that you bettered yourself in some way by
gracing my land, that it gave you something in return. Is there anything that you might say my land has given you, some sort of new understanding or perspective that perhaps you did not have before?
I'm sorry, who was that question to?
Alistair.
Oh, it was to Alistair. He said Andar.
Oh, did I say?
Okay.
Did I say
He
Andar?
said he said
Oh, I said apologies.
Got you.
Oh, okay.
I have
was
a
so
thick
zoned out.
accent. I apologize.
Can you repeat it? Because I was.
Yes, I
zoned.
said. I would love for my land to have given you some sort of benefit or something for you to walk away from that bettered yourself in some way. If you were to say that there was one sort of lesson or understanding that you've gained in your time here, I know you've been here a very short time, but is there anything that you might have gained from visiting my region, my realm?
Well, things here are dark and dreary at times. You'll excuse me, but there are good people here, and I hope that that's something that you know or will eventually learn, as I have.
He kind of smiles. It pleases me that you have found such people. These people do bring joy to my heart, and I do cherish them when I am able to find them here. It is unfortunate how some of them meet their fates. It is a threatening land out there, a very scary place. And unfortunately, I cannot protect everyone. But I am...
We protect who we can and do what we can day by day.
Very unfortunate indeed.
You are very wise for your years, Alistair. I am glad that you agree. And I hope that we similarly are able to protect the people that we find good and caring in this world.
Yes, it's a shame because, you know, when you're just not as powerful as you need to be, you just can't really protect the people that are close to you and care about.
He kind of smiles. Perhaps.
But, you know, we all have our shortcomings, right?
No man is a god, Adundi. Perhaps it is less a question of power and more a chance of probability. A stacking of the cards, if you will. I can't imagine that you are familiar with tactics of warfare or battlements, but in time you learn...
What makes you say that?
Oh, I just presumed from the clothes that you wear and the way that you carry yourself, it seems that you do not have any sort of formal training. Am I mistaken in that regard?
My training might not be as the same as yours, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's informal. You've been such a polite host, but that was a rather rude thing for you to say. I just have to say that's...
I am so sorry if I offended you. I merely mean to say that perhaps in my experience I have learned how to weigh the odds and to read a room. And I hope that one day you can gain such a skill. It might prove useful to you.
Actually, I've actually learned a lot here, and gained a lot of skills. And I've definitely learned that I've learned how important diversifying myself and having a sense of culture is, and what a lack of it might entail. So upon going home, I think that I'm going to find a newfound appreciation for the things in my own homeland, if that makes sense.
Of course, I'm so glad that I was able to provide you with culture. And he kind of turns to Mal. And you are from here, yes? I believe, at least it is my understanding, that you are a recent compatriot of these travelers.
Yes, my lord. I do not know if you remember, but we've met before.
We have. How is your father?
He is doing well. We thank you for your patronage.
Of course. Your father has been nothing but kind to me, if not slightly misguided in his endeavors, but no man is perfect.
Misguided?
I mean no offense. I merely mean his efforts to, I believe that his solution that he seeks is less than an accurate one, but I do hope you keep that between us. I would not wish to offend him. I know he works very hard on his project. I just do not think it will garner him the results that he seeks, but who knows? Perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps he knows better than I do.
My lord, may I be so bold as to ask a question of you?
Of course.
You spoke of great battles and wars.
Correct.
Tactics and such things I have no real knowledge of, but where are Barovia's armies? Why do monsters roam the woods? Do you not know that your people are suffering?
Unfortunately, my armies have long since passed, and do not shortchange yourself. I am aware of your accomplishments on Yesterhill. I do say that you show much experience in battle and familiarity with brutality of a nature that only warfare can teach, but I am aware, unfortunately, of the suffering of my lands, and maybe to a Dunby's point previously, there is only so much capability a single man has when his tools are worn, withered, or absent. You see, my occupying army was bound by mortal lives, and I could not bless them all with eternal life, especially considering that a good chunk of them were not interested, and I do not blame them, for eternal life is a difficult fate. And so, they passed away. And unfortunately, I have found that the limited nature of Barovian reproduction prevents advanced training to the degree that I would require of an army. And so, I work with what I can, and make sacrifices where I need to.
If I may be so bold once more, is that why we're here? Are you
You think I mean to
hire?
recruit you? An interesting thought. But no, I would never steal you away from your destinies, your goals. I know that as Adunbi and Nim have stated, they would love to return home. Admittedly, I do not know how this is possible, at least presently, but perhaps we can find a solution together that has not yet been found. But I could never ask you to dedicate yourselves to my causes. That would be
Actually,
so presumptive of
I would like to return home eventually, but I do have a few things that I would like to take care of here first. So, don't decline on our behalf.
Yeah, I'd love to help before leaving, if we can find a way out.
I'm so glad to hear that you might be potentially interested in helping me.
Very interested. So that's a yes then, yes?
Perhaps after dinner we can chat in more detail. In the meantime, Mim. We spoke of your homeland, but we have not spoken a great deal about you. Tell me, do you have family? Do you have, in this tree that you describe, were you raised with siblings? Father, mother? How is your family life?
Yes and no.
Oh, how interesting a tale. please do tell. In the meantime, let's bring out the next course. And he kind of gestures. And as Mim begins to tell her story, there's a palate cleanser brought out that is a kind of raspberry brandy punch that is brought out in additional smaller glasses, made to be the glasses of a kind of fading brass. I wouldn't say chalice, but kind of like one of those little, almost like a digestif glass. It's a smaller brass faded cup that he brings the punch in. A light palate cleanser to lighten our palates and allow time for the food to settle before we dine some more. But as you were saying, your family, I want to hear this.
Well, if you really want to know, I mean, before I ended up here, I was having a great, nice family dinner just like this with my family in my treehouse. All my friends were there.
Oh, and tell me about them, your friends and your family. I would love to hear details.
Oh, they're nice. They're kind of quiet.
Do they have names? Do they have personalities?
Oh yeah, of course.
And what might they be?
Well, there's Chester, Serafina, Aspen. That's just to name a few. But, I didn't always live in the tree.
Oh, you didn't?
No, but it's just where I'm at now. Well, before here. It was great. It was a nice tree. I found it.
And where did you live before this tree?
Well, before I lived in the tree, I lived in a cave that was like kind of, I think it was an old bear's cave. And then before that, I think I was in the attic of some random person's store. That was fun because like I could just kind of take what I wanted. But then they found me and chased me out. And then before that, well, that was that was where I lived. I lived somewhere else before that.
How interesting. And how long were you in this cave? Or the attic, for that matter?
Just a couple weeks.
Interesting.
Kind of was just on the move for a little bit.
Were you there for safety? Was something threatening you? It is not very often that people set up in the cave for weeks at a time. They are not the most comfortable of places to be.
Well, I don't mind it. It was kind of nice.
Interesting.
It was kind of close to a town still, so I still got to, like, see people. And I learned a lot.
Interesting.
I do miss the tower, though.
The tower?
Mm-hmm.
Was this the place prior to the attic?
Mm-hmm. Where I grew up, actually.
Do tell.
So it was beautiful. It was kind of like, well, there was a lot of cool stuff in there. And
You are not the most direct of people, are you, Mim of the Feywild?
Well, I just do, though.
I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. If by any means I am pressing too far, please say so. I do not mean to offend you in any way. I merely am interested in you and your past. You are a very interesting person, are you not?
No, I don't think so.
Then we must agree to disagree. But continue, I interrupt you.
Well, Tower had my first family, but that was, things happen. Sometimes things happen. People fight. The towers fall down. And sometimes, people have to go on their own.
I am so sorry to hear that you dealt with family troubles. I am at least glad that you seem to have gathered this found family that you described, this Aspen and these other plant-based names that you describe. It is good that you are able to find people that you considered family after such a tragedy. I have dealt, as you have heard, with the tragedies of family life, so I can relate to your pain, your struggles.
Well, you know what's interesting though is like how people handle problems differently. It's like whenever something bad happens, that's like the turning point of where you get to decide if you're good or bad.
And would you say that you chose to be good, or would you say you chose to be bad?
Bad to the bone.
Right. No. That's a good question.
Does the
Something
question
that-
have an answer?
No. I think only those really close to me might know what I chose. And I kind of glance over at Mal and just like kind of look around and then slowly look around the table.
Well,
Doomby nods to you.
well, I sure hope to endeavor to be considered close to you someday, Mim. I would love to hear your story in more detail, but I recognize that perhaps you are not ready to tell it. Sten,
Yes.
you are a weaver of tales.
I suppose.
Regale me with yours, if you would be so kind. I have regaled you with mine.
Well, it's interesting because it does feel like you do know quite a bit about us, so I guess you'll know that my story is quite the opposite of yours. I found love and I ran away from it. I was at my wedding and I just got cold feet. Sprinted into the forest and woke up at a stone dinner table.
Out of curiosity, is the wedding part a lie?
Yes.
I was gonna say, roll me deception.
And if he knows, then why do I have to redo it? Deception?
Yes, please.
Okay. God, roll a 1.
No.
This is the
Oh,
one thing I'm good at. I'm doubly proficient. Who cares?
Oh, Stan. You do not strike me as that. As one who has been struck by love, as you describe.
Yes, that's the thing. I don't know if it was really real. You know, I have a hard time connecting with people.
He kind of like raises an eyebrow, and you see almost like a glint in his eye for a moment. But he smiles and he says,
Honestly,
so.
Stan, it's a very interesting thing to say because I feel like people that share that similarity, share similarities, tend to be attract each other. Maybe that's why Strahd finds an interest in you. You kind of remind him of yourself. You kind of remind him of himself in that regard. Maybe. It's just a shot in the dark. I'm sure that I don't mean to insinuate that I actually know what he feels and means, but just the thoughts.
But as for things I've learned since I've been here, honestly, it's been no time at all. Just, and I'll look between Vasily and Strahd.
mm-hmm.
I suppose just in general, you can't trust anybody. Something always goes wrong.
I am saddened to hear that this has been your experience. Mayhaps we are able to remedy this before your departure. Maybe we can get you back to any kind of wedding. And he stands as everyone's kind of finishing up the punch.
Is it
And
red color?
It's a purple.
Oh, still not drinking it. It's reddish.
No worries. Does who does drink it and who doesn't drink it? Just so I'm aware.
The punch? I don't drink it.
So Alistair and our Malice drink it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's
Is it delicious?
It's like a deep
Roll Constitution.
No, it's got this deep raspberry flavor to it. And it seems to be freshly squeezed. There is a dullness to it that you can infer that this is probably Barovian raspberries. If you've had raspberries before in character. So Mal, this tastes normal to you, but Andar and Alistair specifically, these raspberries, almost like when you have cantaloupe or honeydew when it's like not ripe enough and it's like got that kind of pale flavor to it. That's how the raspberry flavor is. It's got that kind of pale, not quite ripe feel. But otherwise it's perfectly pleasant. But as everyone's finishing up their punch or not handling it, he stands and he says, if everyone would not mind, I would love to have a brief word with you all in my study while we wait for the next course to be arranged. I have a quick matter to attend to upstairs. I will allow you to converse among yourselves, and Rahadin will be able to escort you to the study and guide you on your way there. He and Rahadin, kind of hearing his name mentioned, makes his way back into the room to make himself available. And Strahd gestures at Rahadin and says, I'll be sure that he will make himself available to give you a brief tour and answer any questions you may have. And as long as you are here, he will just call his name and he will be of service to you whenever you require. In the meantime, I have a brief matter to attend to. I will meet you in my study, and we will talk more before we eat our next course, yes? And he kind of sweeps himself from the room. Vasily stays. And as he's about to exit, he turns and he says, Lady Irina, I would not burden you with tasks of these adventurers. I am sure Vasily will be able to, Vasily and the staff will be able to entertain you here while we have our meeting. I hope you take no offense, but do not worry, we'll be back shortly. And he whisks from the room with a flourish of his cape.
So he just leaves us here in the dining hall?
He does.
And Irina doesn't look. Does she look like she's okay with him saying that she can stay there and not be bothered?
She seems slightly. She seems conflicted. At first glance, but she's saving face.
Mm-hmm.
So, how's everyone feeling?
Little
Great.
stuffed.
Food is good, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Vasily, do you live in this castle?
I do, yes. Master Zarovich has been very kind to me.
What was the last time we saw Vasily? Sorry.
Last time we saw Vasily was standing over Father Lucian's body.
Right. How have you been, Vasily? It's been a while.
The last few days have been difficult. I have been mourning the passing of a friend.
Would you want your book back? Seem to take comfort in it. I saw you reading it every time we saw you.
It is up to you. It was a gift. I would not deem necessary to take it back from you if you have found use for it.
I seem to remember I was just borrowing it. And I'll give him back the book.
Okay, he takes it. Well, it is kind of you. It has proven useful to me on more than one occasion.
Oh. Which part?
Well, there are some who hunt us. Knowing their tactics has saved my skin more than once.
Vasily, can I ask you a question?
Of course, how may I be of service?
Why were you concerned about the church?
Because I care for the people there.
But the person who took the bones works in this castle.
What do you mean?
It probably just theory, right?
The bones that we were after they were fake, and the note had Lumilla as who signed it.
He kind of pauses for a moment. I knew.
I don't mean to be bold, but it feels like you sent us on a fool's errand.
He pauses and he says, "In the time since our parting, I was aware that the bones had made their way here. I did not know who they were delivered by. And you are certain it is Ludmila's doing?"
Do we have that note?
Trying to figure out.
I think Mim has it.
Mim has it?
Yeah, I thought you were the one to carry the...
I did carry the bag.
It was with the bag, so if you have the bag, you probably
Yeah.
know.
I don't remember. I didn't put the note in.
We can just say you have it.
Yeah, I have it, but I'm just saying.
Oh.
What did
Very
it?
much so. Mim, do you still have that bag?
I don't have the bag, but I do have the note still. She opens it and then, or no, she doesn't open it. She recalls what it said. What did it say?
So you don't actually physically offer the note?
No.
Okay. I don't remember exactly what it said.
Oh.
I
I'm
would have to
paraphrasing
check.
here, but it's...
Basically,
It was
thank you
essentially
very
like-
much, Ludmilla.
It was essentially like it was something snarky and it had Lumilla's signing on it. But as you retell, I'll look it up before our next session because I'm thinking this is probably going to be a good point to wrap up.
What?
What? It's 3:30. People got places to be, right?
I just didn't realize.
But I will check that and we'll start next session with it. But I will say that when you tell him, he kind of squints for a moment and he says, "That does not sound like something Ludmilla would say."
Insight check.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Natural 20, 23.
Okay.
Nat 1.
Well,
Alistair, you're thinking about a lot right now.
Yeah, I want to kill him.
So your judgment is clouded. But Sten, he does seem genuinely surprised and confused. You're unsure if it's uncertainty about what you're describing or uncertainty about the situation. But his reaction, it doesn't seem that he knows what you're talking about. This is all news to him. And something doesn't add up to him, but he's not letting on what. But he's processing what you've said and trying. You can see him trying to do the math in his head of how could this happen without, like, what piece of information am I missing here?
Do I get the sense that Vasily is okay? So if you like talk to somebody, right, and then they're very closed off, and you're like wondering if they're your friend or not, and then they show up with a bad guy, they know how that looks. So do I get the sense that Vasily is still like do I get the sense that Vasily is like on our side but trying to like give off any indication that he is, or do I get the sense that he's like I guess like smug or like, you know, like I've tricked you type of thing.
Okay, so
Do you understand what I'm trying to? Like,
yes, I'll give you surface level, and if you want to go deeper, roll insight. But surface level, he's being perfectly cordial. He doesn't seem to be acting any differently than he was when he left, and all his behavior kind of seems to match that of like, I haven't seen you in a bit, and a lot of stuff has happened, and you both kind of know what those things are. With the 23 specifically, there's something about his mannerisms that strike you as off, but it's not that it appears that he's uncomfortable or lying. It doesn't appear that he's like trying to be deceptive. There's just something about his mannerisms that doesn't quite strike true with you.
Strike true? Like, what do you... Strike true in the sense of like how I envisioned him before? Like,
yeah, like
I'm
something
like,
something about him seems off, but you can't quite put your finger on what. And it doesn't seem to be like what he's saying or what he's doing. There's something about him that seems off.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think that unless there's anything else anyone wants to immediately address, that this might be a good stopping point for those who have time constraints. Unless nobody has time constraints and you want to continue, in which case say now, but I'm pretty sure that there are people who have time constraints. So I'm going to throw this up.
The last thing that I want to say is that I want to check before we go. Do I think that is actually Vasily?
Do it! Yes, you can! Just do it!
You have no reason to not think it's Vasily other than the fact that something feels off. But you did see Sten shake his hand.
Yeah.
So it doesn't appear to be some sort of illusion that you can tell.
Okay.
Because if so, Sten shaking his hand Sten probably would have led on.
Okay.
Was he cold?
Yes. His hand was cold.
His hand's always been cold, right? Or no?
Yeah, it hasn't. We didn't.
Or was it not?
To be
before?
fair, I don't think anyone shook his hand before. If I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so.
I don't actually remember.
I poked
To be
somebody's
fair,
neck, but I think it was Alistair.
This does track with everything we know about him. I mean,
what tracks with everything we know about him?
I mean, he wasn't able to go in buildings and all of that. So, I mean, that tracks.
Yeah.
Well, how did he get inside the church?
Well, he never went inside the church, minus the fight. That was the only time.
Yeah.
If he was already a monster, he couldn't say, "Come in here."
No, but the kids could have let him in.
That's true.
Just a simple help us would have technically been an invitation in.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Is it?
I think so.
Mal will do something.
Okay.
She will. When Strahd leaves, she will look across the table at everyone, and then she'll just slowly raise up and kind of just like look around, and we'll lower it.
And lower what?
And then lower it.
What did you raise up?
Just do it again.
Oh, okay.
But does that say something?
No, it doesn't say anything. It's the piece of.
It's a piece of paper.
It's just a piece of paper.
Just
yeah.
a random piece of paper?
Mm-hmm.
She looks at everyone's faces and sees it like she's trying to see if
Yeah.
confused or if they understand.
Adimbi will nod to her.
I don't know what that means.
Mim will
I don't know
nod.
what that means.
Okay.
Mim like looks at her like
Sten seems confused. Irina kind of eyes you, and Vasily
No,
kind
Nick
of
is
eyes
confused. Nick is confused.
What about Alice? What about Alistar or bless you? What about Alistair
was fake.
or? Oh, I see.
it was Mim.
I see.
I would not be looking at you. I'm staring daggers at Vasily.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna kill him.
What about Andar?
No reaction.
Okay.
Mal, do you have a blank piece of paper? Cause I wanna write a note down on that so I don't forget later.
Yeah, actually, and she'll hand over her piece of paper to
As
Mim.
hold on, as you like go to reach for it, Rahadin sweeps over and pulls a piece of parchment from his cloak and says, "Allow me to provide." I do.
Allow me to provide. I wouldn't want you wasting your resources when we have such ample capabilities to provide here.
Well, thank you. Pulls it off and then okay, and she's like just scribbling some random things on the paper on the table, and then says, like in it, she's like writing random words. It almost looks like a grocery list or something. And then she like writes one of trader ? And then some like fruits and veggies, and then believe ? And then starts drawing pictures of like mountains and flowers, and then she's kind of like doing it like in the middle, like between.
Yeah.
Read between
Roll
the
me-
pictures.
Roll me a deception check to see how convincing you make the other items with Rahadin standing over your shoulder.
Oof.
Oh,
I also start just scribbling pictures, so just
Yeah,
just
no, I
remember
know.
that.
And that's what I'm saying is like you're describing that you put random stuff on the sheet and then like a couple keywords that don't match vegetables or pictures. So I'm seeing how convincing you do that.
Vegetables and pictures. Other things.
I know. I'm saying
Like-
how well do you pass off that they fit
I
in
mean,
with what
she
else you're
knows
writing?
thieves can't.
You said deception, right?
Yes, but Mal doesn't know thieves can't.
That's true.
So wouldn't it actually
You, like,
not be
sleight of
her
hand.
rolling? Wouldn't it be me trying to roll to understand what she's doing?
Well, it depends. Are you writing it in thieves can't?
Thieves can't's like the code kind of like.
Yes,
but
thieves
it's
can't is like a decrypted code.
But it's still in common.
Also, I'm pretty sure thieves can't be written.
yeah, right.
Yes, it can
Okay,
only be
yeah.
spoken. It can't be spoken.
Okay, cool. So thieves can't. So
Wait,
you could
really?
write it in thieves can't.
No, these can be spoken and written.
yeah,
I didn't
because
know.
thieves camp's a real thing. Like when we call cops pigs, that comes from like thieves can't from like Britain.
Yeah, it's basically well, and also like gangs use like the old like Frank
Yeah.
Sinatra era gangs use
Yeah.
a version of thieves can't. But anyway,
also like
so
hobo signs and stuff. Yeah.
are you writing it in thieves can't? Yes or no?
No, I'm just writing a list of random words, and
Okay.
some of them are spelled wrong. Like trader is TAREDER.
Okay, so roll me a deception check
Okay.
to see if he catches on.
I'm so grumpy.
Hey, to be
Well,
fair,
shit.
like he doesn't necessarily know what you're doing.
Yeah. But I'm literally writing the notes. You guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just doing it.
And then what are you doing with said note?
I'm just still writing, and I'm like drawing pictures over the other words a little bit, and then like I'm like and then I turn it like upside down and start drawing like other things.
I will say,
That art is so long.
how long does he stand there? Because if she's doing this over time,
Yeah,
he
it's
I mean
like-
he doesn't like stand over her shoulder, but he backs up a little bit, but he is kind of he's waiting for you
Wait.
guys.
Rahadin, do you know like any good artists? And then she's like, ugh, and she like kind of looks like Mim or Mal, like Mal, what do you think? And she's like, ah, never mind. And she crumbles it up and rips it up, and then gets up and flies, dashes over to the fire and throws it in.
All right. So Mal, roll me an insight check at disadvantage. A, because it's a quick glance. B, because Mal decorated the shit out of it and didn't give you any indication what it is.
Well, no, hold on. I said I drew over the words. Okay, why is it blurry? I drew over
You have to
the
put like your back. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I drew over the words like over the other random so that it kind of. And I was doing it while next to her. I was
I know.
writing it.
But you literally just described that you're like, look at this, and you show it to her, and then you're like, ah, forget it.
That was after.
Oh my, what?
While I was writing it.
You're fine.
Okay.
She rolled a
Wow.
23.
A 19 and a 20.
So you know she's trying to tell you something. You managed to catch a few of the key words that she put in it, and like gather that she's basically trying to send a message to you. Mim, basically send her DM Joseph the kind of the specific words you used, not the context you used, but the specific words you used, and that's what Malice will notice. Everyone else obviously doesn't see it, and you burn the note.
I'd say the one thing for Malice when she like holds up the piece of paper and Doomby nods, Doomby nods, but you definitely see his face darken as like you show him the like a piece of paper, like you hold up a piece of paper.
I'm gonna allow you. I'm gonna allow yourselves to discuss real quick because I really have to use the restroom real quick, and I thought we were gonna wrap up, but it seems like you guys have a little bit more to talk about, so I'll let you guys discuss, and I'm gonna use the restroom.
Okay. God, I hate that character.
Should we punch him in the face?
I hate Strahd. I hate Strahd so much.
He sucks.
What did you say, Nick? Sorry,
Should we punch him in the face? I'm right there.
God, the starting off with the sob story for like, feel sorry for me. I killed my brother, but it wasn't my fault. I was forced to do it.
Yeah,
Fuck off, dude.
Did anyone
Van Richten was like, wow, so the Bard's tales are usually really fantastical, but this one story about Strahd is so different in style, I actually believe him.
So, did anyone catch the inconsistencies of like his brother is a man of God and then challenged Strahd the general to a duel?
No.
Right?
Trust me. Trust me. As soon as he started monologuing about this, I'm like, dude, like.
Well, like, so
God,
in the book, he fights one of Sergei's best friends, who overhears his plan to kill Sergei. And it's like one big fight, and whatever. It sounded a lot like what he described he did to his brother instead.
Yep.
I also really have to pee.
But this Vasily guy,
You know, like, oh God, I just loved her so much. I just wanted the best for her, and I wanted to make sure she was doing the right thing. So I challenged him to a duel, and I just ended up killing her on accident. I feel so bad because he was such a close friend to me.
If you love someone so much, would you still live in the same castle where you killed your brother and the woman you like would die for jumped off the edge of the castle? Would you still live here for hundreds and hundreds of years?
You know, he just has to make things right because, you know, he's just a man of honor and tradition and values. But he can only do so much.
Yeah. God, I want to ask Irina a question, but not in front of Vasily.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to. I don't even want to. I don't know if I can say this because we're not supposed to. He said we shouldn't say anything above character, so it's while we're
No
having the dinner.
strategizing during dinner. Yeah, we can talk about reactions. That's fine, but no strategizing during dinner.
Mal looks like she wants to get the fuck out of Dodge. She looks like she wants to get up and leave right now.
It's very clear that Doomby doesn't want to be here.
I'm just glad Adoonby only went as far as he did. I'm completely transparently, Hewitt. I had to plan so many outcomes for just Adoonby, just knowing the way that you play Adoonby. I was like,
it's not. I mean, it's not over yet.
I know,
so.
I know, but I'm just saying, like as far as it, like, I literally had to think about the fact of like, how far is he gonna go from the get-go?
Oh, from the get-go? No, everyone, you know, we talked about it beforehand. Everyone was like, you know, calm yourself. So I'm starting off with my patience meter to start off with is very high. How fast that runs out, I mean, it's up to Strahd. So
I have a question about their behavior while they're eating.
Mm-hmm.
So I specifically have a note that says, he also found it difficult to eat food. Did either of them have trouble eating food? as a description of how vampires eat.
You noticed that Strahd barely touched his food. Vasily ate more than Strahd. Didn't eat a lot, but definitely did eat some things. He was very precise, but he did eat probably like a third of each thing that was set in front of him. Whereas Strahd almost never touched his food, just drank wine and basically intently engaged with whoever he was speaking to for the majority of the time.
Oh, so he didn't even touch his like cutlery, like
no,
he wasn't
like his plates and stuff is almost undisturbed. He basically only had his hand on his wine, gestured with the other one, and was intently focused on whoever he was speaking to at any given point in time.
That's a great fucking thing to be given a bunch of fancy foods that you don't eat while the people in your country starve. That's. Whew.
I'm doing my best as a leader here.
I'm just trying so hard
with all the resources that I've been given. There's only so much that I can do.
I love the fact that like most of this isn't even character takes. This is just all the fact that most of you as people are anti-establishment. Like there's a huge vibe of just the fact that like as a group you guys are anti-establishment, and that's so funny.
It hurts playing Mal sometimes. Fucking.
Look.
My lord.
My lord, my liege.
Look, I might be anti-establishment, but you know, he's just a dick.
So funny.
Are we done, or did we want to do any more interactions?
Are we supposed to follow him out of the room?
Yeah,
he basically said he has one matter to attend to, but he's going to meet you in the study, and Rahadin is going to give you a brief tour, and bring you to the study to have a meeting. And he said, Irina, don't be bothered with, I wouldn't burden you with the matters of the adventurers, basically.
Do we still have a lot more I mean, without giving anything away, do we still have a lot more left, I guess?
I'll just say this. I'll say, as far as dinner goes, there is 1, 2, 3...
things that you still want to get to?
No, the 3,
courses
okay, left.
Gotcha.
1, 2, 3 courses, and
okay.
How many courses is this banquet? It's like
it is 10.
Fucking.
Oh my god!
10 course meal.
Hors d'oeuvres, soup, salad, fish, first entree, palate cleanser, second entree, and then the ones that you haven't gotten to.
What a douchebag! You're
living a lifestyle.
I guess actually technically you have 4 left. 1, 2, 3, 4 left.
Sort of dessert.
I did want to do another thing before we, right after I threw the paper in the fire.
Okay, well, real quick, considering there's a lot of more things, does anyone have to go?
Okay.
I gotta dip out before the hour.
Okay, so then go ahead.
15 minutes, yeah.
No, it's fine. I'll just. Oh, not. It's good.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure that nobody immediately had to
It just doesn't feel natural, so it's fine. Because we had stopped a bunch.
Well, go ahead.
We're still kind of in it.
Yeah. Because after Mim throws the thing in the fire, she sits down for a second, kind of looks grumpy, and then she looks back at Rahadin and she's like, "Do you have more paper?" Just kind of like.
He kind of grumpy. Looks at you, looks at the fire, sighs, takes another sheet and says,
"Can I have 2?
Yes, of course. And he takes 2 and he says, "But if you would not just burn all of the paper I give you." And he hands it to you.
She kind of sinks down and then scribbles a little bit more. And then she looks at the other one, sets it aside, and scribbles some more on the other one. And this one looks like actual just scribbles with a few arrows, and then believe and traitor, and then fly and Vistani, but they're all spelled wrong and really sloppy handwriting. And then she's like, okay, guys, okay, I've got it. So we can help and get out, because what if we trade with, or trait with the Vistani, and then and then they can help because they can't get out. So like, that's the way that we can get out, right? And then we just have to believe really hard that we can do it. And we have to believe that like all of us are good and like we would never betray each other and it'll be good. Rahadin, don't you think that's a good idea?
Real quick, you wrote traitor on the first sheet, correct? That was one of the words you used?
Trader, and then she's talking
Yes.
about the Vistani, so...
No, but I'm just saying specifically, you used the word traitor on the first set, and now out loud you're saying the word traitor in a different context.
And I'm looking like...
No, same
No,
context.
it's the same context.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
TRAD.
People who trade.
Yeah.
People who trade.
Yeah. But
And
you're
then
also emphasizing.
And then I said trader, and then
Yes.
I hold the thing up and I say, this is my plan.
Yeah,
Did you guys
Vistanis
see
are traders by by trade. So
No, I get it.
I think it's just too convoluted now, but...
Roll another deception
makes sense,
check.
Okay. What are my rolls?
Oh, no.
But do you guys think it's a good idea?
I think it's a good idea. I think there's
Now-
other things that we could do.
Mal looks at Mim and says,
How
I
many
would
are you
never.
rolling?
I rolled twice.
Aw.
You would never think it's a good idea? She literally like sinks in her and crumbles it up again. But then just hold on to them.
It wasn't the last part you said betray your friends or something like that?
Yeah. She's saying I would never betray you.
Yeah, but Mim misunderstood. Mim
Oh, okay.
misunderstood.
Okay.
Rahadin, do you have friends?
He kind of like pauses for a moment.
Well, yes, I do. I have a few friends. Why is
This
that?
is X.
Just cause I'm just looking for more friends, okay? And I just want to make sure like you're not lonely, cause like no offense, but like I feel like you work a lot, and like you're kind of like a servant for Strahd, and you kind of do his bidding, but it's like you're still a person, like you're still your own like being. But so you do have friends?
He kind of chuckles to himself.
Yes, I may serve Master Zarovich, but I have served the Von Zarovich line for many years. Many years. And, they have always been very good to me. I count myself very fortunate to work in their service. And
So they're good people? Or good beings?
I would say that the Master does his best in all that he does.
He
The matters of a lordship such as his are complex and difficult to navigate. But he has always been kind to me, and he has always been kind to his staff. And I would count myself close to both the Master and other denizens of the capital, yes.
Well, I appreciate you lending me the paper. I'm sorry I burnt the one piece, but I hope that you and I can be friends.
He kind of smiles.
Perhaps.
And she's like, she is genuine on that. That is not a lie.
Rahadin seems slightly uncomfortable, but doesn't seem to be lying to you. He says he pauses and he says,
Perhaps.
Yeah, that's as much as I'll say without an insight check.
That's fine. Yeah. I just wanted to let you know that like if he insight checks.
No, I don't think he even needs to. Like,
Okay. He's smart, probably.
Passive insight's so high. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say that Mim's moments of Mim's genuine moments tend to resonate as fairly genuine because Mim is dodgy most of the time. So when Mim is being genuine, it comes off strongly.
That's good.
Been watching for a while to collect that.
Yeah, very
Yikes.
obvious. Yeah, I know.
Did somebody target Vasily?
It's me.
I was like, why is there a dot on Vasily? That's so funny.
I really want to start some shit. Oh.
I was like, I have disarming shot. Fuck his fork in his hand. That's gonna go flying.
All right. So, anything else that anyone wants to address, or is this a good stopping point?
Yeah, that's a good stopping point, I think.
All right. Well, welcome to Castle Ravenloft, everybody.
Enjoy your stay.
Enjoy your stay. You are in the presence of greatness, as it were.
In the presence of greatness.
He's not that great.
No, he's talking about us. He's talking about.
Oh.
Out of curiosity, is this what you all expected?
That's what I expect. I expect him to be a slimy douchebag.
Him to be so late? No.
Yeah, I didn't expect. I didn't expect him to be like late as fuck.
I did expect him to be late. Not gonna lie.
It makes sense.
I didn't expect to see him and Vasily in the same room.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
That's weird.
We've been saying that out loud for how many times? He had to be.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, like
Thoughts.
I have been cherishing the moment when that door opened for so long. For so long.
So the music just ended for me, and it went right into December 1963. Oh, what a night!
I have canon and B.
Actually, that's hilariously perfect timing. Actually,
Get a real. God. Want to start shit with Celia right now? Think that's a bad idea.
I want to kill him.
It's not about bad. It's not being a bad idea. It's about following your heart.
What do you think he's gonna off?
I can say what I want to say. You want me to do it?
Yeah, of course.
Should I do it?
keep in mind, no strategizing during dinner. You guys can talk
just a
about
yes or
reactions.
no.
But no strategizing during dinner because you guys don't have the opportunity to discuss unless you guys are in private. When you're in private, go ahead. But right now you have both Vasily and Rahadin, so any strategizing that goes along in character.
Okay, the one thing that I will tell Sten, because this is definitely something that Adumi would say probably either right now or like the next session before we get to see a shot again. Adumi would definitely talk to Sten and say like, see, he's exactly as I had imagined.
He's pretty charming.
I hate him.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah, I didn't use my accent.
Okay. I also hate him.
So Adunbi out loud says he's exactly as I imagined, and Mim said he's pretty charming, and that's where we'll leave it.
Well
right.
done, Ryan.
Oh, thank you. I thought you said we're all done. I was like, oh no, we're just starting.
Well done. Well
No, I
done.
appreciate it.
We're all gonna die.
I'm just glad that you guys have had some surprises during the beginning of dinner.
Thanks for letting Mim do some more.
Of course.
She's like, yeah.
If there's one thing Strahd wants, it's well, I should say Strahd wants. If there's one thing that Strahd was very genuine about during dinner, is he very much wanted to hear about each and every one of you from your own description.
And that to me was, out of everything he did, that to me was one of the most insulting things.
Was to ask you about yourselves at dinner.
To my character, that was one of the most insulting things that he did at the dinner.
Yeah, but like, what isn't insulting to a Doonbee?
That's also valid.
Literally everything.
What do you mean? He doesn't get insulted by everything.
You got insulted when the guys who caught Mims stealing from them were upset.
I mean, I was upset for my friend because she was getting bullied by people.
Oh my goodness.
Mim definitely is the bully herself, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Adumbi being upset about something is different than being insulted by something that someone did.
That's fair.
Like
Andar gets upset
Andar gets upset all the time about not being like having like great lodgings and all this other shit. But I wouldn't say that Andar gets like. I mean, I would also say Andar gets insulted by a lot of stuff, but
Don't pick fights over it.
Pick fights.
Sorry guys, I gotta head off, but it was a great game.
No worries. I think we have a couple people got to go, but I'm excited for you guys. This will be.
I can't wait to see what Strahd has to say next.
Agreed.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Peace.
Thank you for the games.
All right, see you guys. Have a good one.
See you soon.
Bye.
All right, allow me to fix a few things. There we are. I see you. All right, Rin, let me close everything down and then we'll get back to it. I will close down Foundry. I can save this. That'll be important later. I can close this and this. I can pause that. What an exciting course of events we just witnessed. All right. In the meantime, we will start up the music. Handler! I gotta edit the stream info. Gotta change all of these tags. Alright, dink, 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 dink. Welcoming, chatty. Is there an event for Stream Raiders yet, or no? Music. Space chill, welcoming chatty music. Playing with viewers. Gotta update. Sasha, do not let me go to bed tonight without editing a episode of D&D Stuff Up. Cool. What? Okay, I'm excited. All right. Let me get Stream Raiders up. I still owe Rin these sit-ups. These nuts. I just saw your message, my man. That's what that is. You have no idea how long I have been waiting for the moment that the door opened and Strahd and Vasily both walked through the door. I have been excited about that moment for months. Months I've been excited about that moment. Zag Attack, hello. I'm not sure if for those who are unsure, I spent like 8 hours just prepping the maps of Ravenloft. This dinner is probably, I put more work into this dinner than I put into any session of this campaign. And I'm so excited about it. I'm so excited about it. Dinner should always be over prepped for. It's a very communal meal. It's a pivotal meal. That group, I feel like it would be very difficult to think of every possibility to occur. You have no idea, dude. Oh man. I specifically a Doonbee. Just a Doonbee. Just a Doonbee. I had to plan every freaking option. I'm not joking. Dadbeard, hello. I sat down and I had to be like, if I present a Doonbee with a choice, like a yes or no answer, a Doonbee will take the answer that is, I don't answer. I specifically had to make not answering part of the outcome. I literally like had to leave no out of like, if I involve a Doonbee in something, every single option has to be predicted for and have an outcome, even if it's not part of the question, which that alone took so much planning. A Doonbee and Alistair specifically were the two loose cannons I had to plan for the most, but a Doonbee by far took the cake. Just because a Doonbee in general, part of a Doonbee's character is being unpredictable and just kind of going with whim. Whereas that's something that Alistair shares as well, but Alistair's are more straightforward than a Doonbee's. A Doonbee can, like, Alistair will be like, okay, I think X, I do Y. And those trains of thought can be followed at least. Whereas a Doonbee will make up justifications for things regardless of how much sense they make. Because it will make sense to the specific character, not necessarily to everyone involved. And that was something I had to account for. But yeah. Heading East Coast to Newfie Kitchen Party. That will show you how important dinner is to people out here. West Coast is just built diff. East Coast, West Coast, baby. Did you eat or no? Huh? What'd you think? Okay. I'm hoping that by next session I'll have the cards in place. All right. So let's see. So it looks like TFT wins. Have you eaten today? I specifically, normally I eat halfway through the session. Normally we do something easy that I can eat while we're playing. But today was too important. I was like, I will eat after. I will wait. Don't call me out in chat, rude. Oh my goodness. Hermes! I want to hear your thoughts. Also, I have to figure out... Oh, I know. I owe Rin some squats. Hold on. Before I forget anything I need to do. I got distracted. Thoughts on what I was watching? Ads. You're watching ads? Thoughts on what? Oh, I was saying Hermes. I have some thoughts for Hermes about what just happened. But real quick, we need to set up a battle if there's an event. If not, then I'm just gonna close it. Is there an event? There is an event. Let's go. All right, cool. So we're doing it. We're back in. Enter event. Winner. Trouble! Hey! Hey! That's exciting. We're back in an event. Okay, what is it? So we got... The other world. Honestly, these are sick skins. I'm excited. All right, cool. So we are gonna go here. Wait, where do we want to go? Token, gold. Are those the only two? All right, we're going south. This is exciting. We get to do Stream Raiders again. There's an event. I have to see what my missions are. Quests. 2 tanks, 2 shinobis. Easy peasy. Tanks first. Oh, okay, we got another, like, protect the statue event. Oh, and necromancers and vampires. We got a lot of units to place. All right, well, that'll be that. Wait, what the heck? Oh, it's because it's already out, isn't it? There we go. There we go. Cool, let me do some exercise. I owe Rin 5 squats. This. There we go, that's pretty good. Also, I need to water this plant. I need to water this plant. I need to water a plant. Plants watered. Hey-oh! Just a yes or no question. Oh, dang it. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is this... Shoot. Hold on. Battle. There we go. That fixed it? That fixed it. What's all that's gone on with Wizards of the Coast? Are you going to complete D&D after your current campaigns are over? Okay, so... I don't know is the answer, because what's going on with Wizards of the Coast is super shitty. I think we can all agree that super sucks. If they don't change their tune, I am completely in support of going alternate routes to alternate systems, etc. But I will admit that at least presently, the changes that they're making don't currently affect what we're doing. Because I'm not at the scale or degree that I would even be on their radar. So, in theory, we can continue doing what we're doing and be fine unless something drastically changes. Shameless plug to the YouTube channel, which is going to start uploading the last few episodes again and start doing regular uploads. But all of that said, if things continue the way they're going and it's still a mess and they don't change their tune, I would probably switch systems for future campaigns. Yes. I've used Pathfinder before. Pathfinder 1. I didn't mind Pathfinder 1. It's just complicated at higher levels. I think it would be difficult to stream. I have heard a lot about other systems. I've never tried them. I wouldn't be opposed to trying them. Also, I'm one of the people who helped kickstart the Avatar: The Last Airbender system that's coming out, and I'm going to be getting that sometime soon. I think that'd be super cool to run a campaign in, or even playing a campaign in. So, all that is to say, it depends. Right now, I'm very much just kind of like seeing where the chips fall, and my opinion is that Hasbro is making terrible decisions, and I am not a fan, as I think the grand majority of us would be. But it's kind of outside myself. Danny, hello! Hey! Denny, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the table round. It's good to see you. How are you? And how was your break? How was the rest of your trip with your family? I hope that it was well. Also, 25 months is a long ass time. Congrats on level 25. All right.
I've accidentally...
Lord and lady, hello.
Hi.
Hermes, I want to hear your thoughts.
Fuck Vasily. That's
What
my
did
thought.
what did you think of your note?
That's interesting. I don't know how much you want me to share on stream.
Did you remove the accent channel points redemption? I did a long time ago, just because I realized it could be conceived as racist.
Oh,
So,
that's a good call, honestly.
that's why I removed it. It's just because, like, as silly as it was, I realized that if people were like, do a stereotypical X accent, and I did it in a way that could be, oh, I can just have Strahd. Let me poop and fart. There we go. Denny specifically wanted me to say poop and fart, and like he asked like 4 times during the session.
Yeah.
So there you are. There you are. Strahd says poop and fart.
Hermes, real quick. It was Orcus. That was who I summoned.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry, we were talking about one of my D&D stories.
No worries. Hermes, I don't have to reveal details. I'm just wondering the specific surprises in your note. What you thought?
This character's getting endlessly complicated. Were my thoughts. That was my instant thought.
No, yeah, you and I need to chat.
Yeah, I figured.
Here, I'll shoot you a quick note though. Just so you don't worry. Just to clarify. Oh no, Dad Beard. Well, we'll see you in a bit. It says don't press. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you read the description, but it says in there what it does. We'll see you in a few minutes.
You need to read my next message.
Do you want to?
I don't.
I was gonna say, because like the answer to your question is yes, but it has implications you might not like.
You know, I just think
bye,
it'd be
Nino.
really funny.
I was like, I'll join you, Dadbeard.
All right, we'll see you in a minute, but realize that also includes being muted in Discord. So bye.
He's done that to me before.
Where is it?
Do you remember the other thing that happened with the other?
The other thing
Do you
that
know what I'm
happened with the
talking about?
other. You're gonna have to be more specific than that.
Specifically, what happened with Sen Nadumbi.
Yes, no, that is. I'm aware of that.
If that is a thing, I feel like that should then be a thing.
So I don't disagree with you, but they're not transferred the same way.
Okay.
One is the one that you're referring to is Sten and Nadumbi, which is already canon, so we can refer to. That is passed via bites and failing a Constitution save, unwilling from both the participant and unintentional from the one who passes it. What we're discussing is intentional by passer. They get to choose whether or not it takes effect based off of how exactly they handle what we're discussing. So they can intentionally, or they can intentionally choose to make it a thing or not. And specifically in your case, it is evident to you for obvious reasons that whatever happened, that did not occur.
Got you. Well, I guess my answer then is like it would be a fun complication to have to figure out, but if it wouldn't make sense for
We'll chat.
To be fair, my entire character's a fun complication that has to be figured out.
I know. You literally you said you wanted that, so here we are.
I love it so much.
I gotta turn
so
on the stream
chaotic.
captain's title. Or timer. There we go. Now the stream captain's is back.
Also,
All right.
a question that I realized today. For your captions, does it also caption us coming from Discord, or is it only from your microphone?
It does caption Discord, or at least it's supposed to. If I checked
did
it
not
before, but you should be able to check it on the VOD too. I think it goes to the VOD.
Wait, I guess we're talking on Discord now. Hold up.
Yes, that's true. So the way that I did it was that well, actually, maybe it doesn't do both.
Let's see. I am now testing this. It doesn't look like it.
I thought at one point I figured out how to do both, but maybe I'm crazy.
There is a OBS plugin that does capture captions, and then it is also supported by Twitch, so they can actually turn on Twitch captions.
Okay.
I can send you the information for it later.
I figured out how to do it. I just had on the wrong. Now talk.
Testing. We should see this in the captioner. Yep.
All right, cool. I figured it out. I just had it on the wrong setting. I'm stupid. It's fine. But now it will.
Cool.
That's a valid point. But yes, not to discount what you're saying, we should talk about that later when we're not actively on stream, and see if that's a possibility.
Okay.
Oh,